Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Play.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are watching The View from Hampton U, exploring Hampton University's rich history, the past, present, and promising future.
Welcome to Hampton University and The View from...
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tara Bush, and I am the co-founder and COO of the Hello LLC, where our mantra is helping everyone live life optimally. And more importantly, helping entrepreneurs leverage leading-edge optimizations. We help businesses build, brand, automate, and pivot into the future. With over 22 years of corporate C-level experience, I carry a wealth of knowledge and expertise in my professional portfolio. My professional journey has encompassed various facets of business, executive leadership, project management, marketing, systems, space planning, and strategy implementation. I have had the pleasure of partnering with and managing multi-million-dollar projects for the top Fortune 500 companies, prestigious universities, and well-known sports teams around the world, like ExxonMobil, Apple, Samsung, Citgo, HP, Ziegler Cooper, the Houston Astros, the Dallas Cowboys, Bank of America, and Vanderbilt University. What fuels my drive is a passion for innovation and creativity that knows no bounds. I thrive on pushing the boundaries and thinking outside the box to bring fresh, ingenious ideas to the forefront. I turn visions into reality. As a leader, I am a steadfast advocate for integrity and creativity. I am driven by a profound desire to help individuals and businesses create their own return on time investment while leveraging technology. At the Hello LLC, we are more than just a 3D digital marketing agency. We are a community committed to helping, building, and thriving together with integrity. We can either show you, teach you, or do it for you. We believe in the power of innovation to transform the status quo. My fellow professional powerhouses, in the spirit of abundance, I firmly believe that there is enough prosperity in this world for all of us to thrive together. So, I invite you to make the pivot because the future is already here.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more, featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car.
Wow.
I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marak Hicks, founder and CEO of Miracle Recruiting, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker this evening is Sydney Wormsby. Sydney is an experienced business executive with a demonstrated success in developing and implementing strategic solutions that integrate all functions of business for solving complex and high-impact situations. He has proven results in leading teams for business startups, business turnarounds and transformations, new product development and implementation of Six Sigma, and total quality management techniques. In addition to owning and leading his own organization for almost a decade, he has held significant roles for some of the top Fortune 100 companies, including global product management and business development for JP Morgan Chase's Investor Services, leadership of one of PepsiCo's retail restaurant business units, and leadership of retail business units for Citigroup, along with plant management for Eastman Kodak's office equipment division. Throughout his career, he has displayed an ability to establish compelling visions, set clear objectives, and inspire staff that has resulted in high levels of performance. I introduce to you Sydney and Grant McGaw, who will be interviewing him.
Hey, Marak, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Good to see you again.
Good seeing you.
Always a pleasure. Happy holidays.
Same to you. All righty, guys.
Thanks all.
Genius is coming, and I'll see you both on the other side.
Thank you.
Bye.
We've got to quit meeting like this, Sydney.
Yeah. It's becoming a habit, right?
You know, I had the pleasure the last hour to tell the audience about the Profit Booster Forum, and I kind of laid it out. I encourage anyone, if they missed that, to go back and look at that at the 3 o'clock hour. But I mentioned you, and I want to be able to showcase, help them understand. Some people may know me, some people don't. Some people may know you, some people don't. But you have a unique background and a unique perspective on business and how you help business owners, entrepreneurs to really gain traction and get out of the rut. Give us a little bit about your background.
So, well, first, thanks, for the invite and the introduction. But my background is pretty diverse. I'm an engineer by undergrad training, so a mechanical engineer. Loved math, sciences, and wanted to kind of focus in on that piece. I ultimately knew I wanted to manage a business of my own or someone else's, but started off, with something that I was passionate about and loved, and that was engineering. But I went back and got an MBA in operations and HR, HR management. But I really wanted to focus in on the leadership of organizations. And so all of my work, for some of the biggest Fortune 100 companies, whether it was International Paper, Mead Corporation, PepsiCo, JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, et cetera, it was all about really understanding what made businesses work. And I always looked at it from an operations and a systems perspective because I had my engineering background. And so when I, had all those experience and had great successes, starting up businesses for, some of those organizations, leading some of them into transformations and through transformations, turning around some of them, in terms of operations, starting up Greenfield, did a global product launching for a service with JP Morgan Chase Investor Services, where I was doing market research, understanding, needs, of customers, regulatory requirements, doing a product design and development, as well as then deciding who we're going to compete against and what are their strengths and what do we need to do to be able to, compete in that market and to dominate that market, et cetera. And how are we going to put all that stuff together? So all of those experiences really helped me to understand, what makes business work, what makes, each of these systems that seemed independent, what brought them together, and, and how were they brought together? How were they integrated? And therefore, what do you need to do if you're going to lead them to be able to really make them shake and move the way you want them to shake and move, to be able to get the results that you're looking for? So I was pretty fortunate in all those experiences, early and young in my career. But folks gave me some opportunities, or chose me for some opportunities that, really bode well for me, when I started doing things on my own.
Well, you're very impressive that you've got that kind of background, because we're going to have the Profit Booster Forum in January. We've done this. We did it for the first time as a pilot back in the summer, and we did another one in October. And then by popular demand, we're starting to see yes, this is something that people need. They need it because the landscape is changing. And if they don't have the right mindset and the right tool sets and skill sets to know what it takes to move the needle forward, to actually gain profit. So you're not sitting at a plateau. Me and you brainstormed about this, wow, what is the major problem that we see in the SMB space, the small to mid-sized businesses space? It seems they get in this rut. They're constantly within, 6-7 figures it may be, but they don't really grow past that. They keep kind of riding that wave. But what happens is something happens. You have a new technological disruption or some other disruption that occurs that throws them out of whack and they can't recover. And before you know it, they're out of business. We want to prevent that. Talk to us about some of the specific strategy applications that you feel that might be beneficial for them. Why would somebody want to go ahead, spend their hard-earned money with us here in January and get a tangible result?
Well, there are a lot of reasons, but I'm going to start with this. If you answer yes to these questions, then the Profit Forum is probably for you. When someone asks you what makes you, great and different in your business, and you answer with how many years of experience you have, Profit Forum is for you. If, like you said, you started off with a pretty good ramp up in terms of your revenue, and that's plateaued over the last few years, Profit Forum is probably for you. If you often find yourself discounting your price on your product or services, then the forum is for you. So there's a lot of things that go wrong in our business that go wrong because we don't have a process, a system, a structure for always developing the right answer. So it's not important that everybody always has the right answer, knows the right answer. It's important that you have systems and structures that help develop and deliver the right answer, which will then be the right results. And so, as an example, one of the things that most folks really don't understand about themselves is what is truly unique about them as an owner and as a business. So most folks go into, starting their business, small businesses, go into business because they were great at something. They were a great web designer. They were very effective and had great positions in their marketing company. They were a great plumber. They were a very good accountant, and they decided I want to go off and do something on my own. And all they knew is I've been doing this for 10 years, 20 years, 15 years, 17 years, some number of years. And therefore I got great experience. I have great knowledge. Everybody's going to want me. And that's not true. Most people could care less how many years experience you have. That's just the plain fact. They don't care. What they care about is, can you solve the problem that they have? And most small business owners haven't spent the time to understand, what problem can I truly help, and in what way that no one else can help in. And so when you start understanding what's truly unique about you, then you understand your true strengths. And then what you can understand is, how do you use those strengths to solve the problems that your target market is experiencing, and that will provide value to them. And that's one of the key things. So why do people say, when somebody says, why should I do business with you? I've got 15 years experience, because they don't know what else to say. That's all they know. And so they say that as if it's going to mean something. But if I have 15 years experience and you have 20 years experience, are you therefore better than me? Will you get the business and I shouldn't? And most people go, well, that's not fair, because, I can do. Of course it's not. But if you give them no other reason other than the amount of experience that you have, then that's all they're going to choose from. The other one is about discounting. That just says, if you find that it's the only way that you're getting people to really look at you as a business offering is to compete on who can give the lowest price, then you really aren't showing what your value proposition is. And it's probably because you're not communicating that, and you're not communicating it's because you probably don't know it. And it's very important, and this might be offensive to some hearing it. But if I can't explain my value to you and deliver that value, or provide you confidence that I can deliver that value, then you have no other option other than to say, well, who's going to be the cheapest? Again, if they're looking at you and me and they can't distinguish the difference in what we will deliver, or both of us are a coin flip, heads it's Grant, tails it's Sydney, then what they're going to choose is on who's cheaper. And that means you're going to be in a competition to the bottom. Who can discount the most in order to get some business to convert over to my side versus onto your side. So the whole thing that we're going to do in the forum is really hands-on, help folks understand. We're going to guide them through kind of the process, but we're also going to take them by the hand and help them create, complete the answers, the questions and the answers to those questions, and then deliver on the construction and the creation of the details of the gap analysis for who are their customers, who are their target market, ideally, and based on that target market, what do they want? What's the problem that they're dealing with that they don't want? What's the benefit that they want that they don't have? And again, going back to what's unique about me that will deliver that, that will resolve that for them. That's what I'm going to communicate about. That's what we're going to help them first create in that gap analysis. It's, a lot of branding strategies that you're an expert on, that I work on, from the marketing differentiation perspective, that says, I got to know that first before I can do anything else. But it's also important to understand, when I do that, everything else depends on that. Every other business decision I make depends on that. What my pricing is going to be, what my product design is going to be, what's my marketing and advertising communication, because it needs to relate to the problem that they have or the benefit that they want, and how I'm going to deliver that. So who I'm going to partner with, what kind of employees do I want to have? So there's not one business decision that you will make later on that doesn't come from that. So understand, if you haven't done that work, then all the decisions you're making in those areas, and you're making decisions every day in those areas, they're ineffective and inefficient, which means you're either not going to get the kind of sales that you want, or you're not going to get the kind of success and profitability that you want. and ultimately your business is at risk.
100%. You said some things that I want our audience to truly think about when they think about time. Think about this. Do you want somebody, now I'm in the tech space, do you want somebody that's been in the tech space for 20 years and has never even, worked on the latest technologies? They know about virtual world systems. They understand AI development. They've been exposed to digital transformation. Or you want somebody that, they understood how COBOL, these are just some old software languages. They may have experience in that area, but they haven't really got tinkered into the new stuff. Or you want somebody that they've been living in this space for the last 2-3 years and understand it could take you to the next level. That's what we need to think about. And think about this thoroughly. Blockbuster was in business a lot longer than Netflix was, but Netflix was nimble and they adapted and said, hey, do I really need brick and mortar or can I do this differently? They reimagined the same delivered result, which was I got movies that I can watch. They reimagined it. So you want to talk to people that know how to reimagine your business and understand where you're going with it. That's how you get into the rut, or you get into a price competitive situation because you haven't differentiated your value. What is your value to the marketplace?
And let's take that example, because often people will hear what you just said and think that it's only about being up to date on my knowledge and skills, right? Oh, well, then I need to get updated. I need to upgrade my knowledge on, this software. Or I need to upgrade my knowledge in this, plumbing tactic and da-da-da. Oh, that's fine. Yes, you do. You need to do that. But, the thing between Blockbuster and Netflix was that Netflix understood what their customers' pain points were. The problem that they were dealing with. I don't want to have to get up on a Friday evening when I get home and I'm tired and I'm ready for the weekend and go back out with the kids in tow, et cetera, to try and figure out what we're going to watch for a movie and then sit in the place, for half an hour while, the wife and I or the spouse and I argue about one set, the kids are arguing about another different one. We're getting now 5-6 different movies, half of which we won't watch when we get back home, right? But then we forget to bring them back. And now I got all these fees, these late fees and blah, 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 blah. So they understood all that and said, oh, that's their problem. Here's what my strength is being able to be nimble, quick to resolve that. That's what people started caring about. And so Blockbuster went the way of many, inefficient businesses, which was you stopped really understanding what it, or maybe you never did, understood you had an idea. The idea worked for a while, but you didn't have a process or a system or structure for being able to, really stay current and fluid with that. And then to keep delivering on that consistent with your strengths. Now, Blockbuster would have had a different strength than Netflix. I've worked for several. PepsiCo will have a different strength than Coca-Cola. Grant will have a different strength than Sidney Wormsby. But we all have a strength that we then will use to solve or resolve the pain points, and that's what's important and key. And staying current in your experience and knowledge, expertise is great, but it's the results. Do you deliver in resolving the problem that they have? Or in providing the benefit that they want. That's what they're going to look to. So when you're thinking about, who's my target market, don't talk about your features and functions until you first understand what is it that they want. And then you can talk about how those features and functions deliver on that thing. But if, a lot of times I'll talk to people and they'll be trying to wow me with every feature and function they have. Oh, we do this and we have that and we can do this. And which one of those is important to your customer? Well, they all are. Well, are they? How do you know that? How do you prove that? What tells you that? What if you stop delivering it? Does your marketing say that? Your marketing doesn't say it. So then how do your customers or your target market know that you do that? Or that you have that feature? It's all of those kinds of things that really become important and critical. Creating a system and process and structure helps you to, be able to ask the right questions, to be able to get the right answers, to be able to make the right decisions.
So important. This is the thing I see a lot. And you just said it, that big R word, results. Are you leading with your results? Are you backing it up with a guaranteed result? Because what people want, anybody can sit there and say, I do this, I do that. Where's your proof? Where's your results? And what are your results really saying? Is that result really solving that issue for them? Because that's what people like, hey, it took a lot of time and effort to develop this money that I have. Now I need to invest it because we have to reinvest it. And I wanted to make sure that I get the desired result. That's the biggest thing, right? Am I going to get is this authentic? Is this something that really is a game changer? Am I going to get what I am paying for Sydney and Grant to deliver? What's my guarantee? Tell us about how you guarantee your results.
So this is something that's been important for me all of my life and career. It's results and outcomes. So my website, solutions with results, because a solution isn't anything unless it's delivering on some result. What I also do in terms of my business practice, so I make a bold claim. I can double your profit in 12 months or less. And I've done that for a lot of businesses, my own, for Fortune 100 companies, and for my clients, who've been consulting or growth and improvement clients of mine. But one of the things that I offer, that I back it up with, is a money back guarantee. That if I don't deliver, it's 100% return on investment guarantee. That if I don't deliver at least 2 times in benefit to what you're paying me in a monthly fee, I'll either refund the fee or work for free until I'm doing that. And I do that because, one, I want people to understand I'm about results and outcomes. And I have the confidence that I can, state that and not have to worry about it. And that, you then will have the confidence as a client of mine that just says, he's going to deliver. And he's not going to just deliver equal to what I'm paying him, because now I'm the same place I always was, right? He's going to deliver twice the amount I'm paying him, which means I'm ahead of the game. And if I can't stand behind a guarantee like that, then why should somebody want to do business with me? And I had a client, I just brought them on board a month ago. And I talked to them about what my guarantee is, and they were, yes, great. As I started working with them, I said, what's your bold claim and what's your guarantee? Well, what I do, I can't really guarantee because there's so many different. No, that's not the way that it works. A client, a prospective client or customer wants to know that you're going to deliver and want that you have confidence in that. And it's not, some kind of lame guarantee of, if this and this clause and that clause, and if blah, 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 it's like, do you stand behind it or not? And I stand behind what I'm going to deliver, and the fact that I'm going to deliver with that guarantee. So, and you can see I'm not skin and bones, so I haven't given up. So I haven't had to give anything back at this point, but because it's about the outcomes.
Well, you believe in yourself. We talked about this, and you explained it to me, and it made 100%. Because you're saying, hey, I am so confident in myself and what I deliver that I know I'm going to get this done because I understand my process and I understand the result that you're looking for. And you can do that. And I think in business or just in life in general, think about this. Every time that you engage or you have to spend money on this or that, what is the guaranteed result of doing that? If you go to the movies, you're like, wow, you've seen the trailers, you think you kind of know what the movie's about, you spend your money, you should be able to get your entertainment factor. But I don't know too many movie houses that says, hey, if you didn't enjoy that movie, I'll make sure you get a free or something in benefit that says we'll replace that experience with something new. Right. I like that, what you're doing. And guess what that is? That's a differentiator.
Right.
It's a big differentiator. Because you say, all right, you know what? You think I'm a commodity in the marketplace? You can just go somewhere else and get a similar result that you're looking for if you're not working from Sydney. Well, is that person really, because that could be the fine, what I call the small factors that make the difference with you getting the contract and somebody else getting the contract. And are they willing to do that? Do they have even a process in place? So being able to show our small business owners and our cohort to understand these differentiators are so, so important. I want to talk a little bit about brand identity. This is a differentiator right now in the marketplace that even the Fortune 500 companies are grappling with. They need to understand this. People and the newer generation that's coming into focus and taking ownership and leadership positions in business, they don't just want to work for money. They want to work for a purpose. They want to work for a purpose-driven company, obviously that makes money, but for what end? The money is not the end result. The end result is I'm serving a purpose that's recyclable and that has a desired result. When we look at like, why are we in the Black Business Network? There is a desired result. We're helping our students, K through 12, to get exposure, to get opportunity, to have tools available for them to succeed. We need money in order to make that happen, but there's a purpose behind it. So when you think about your brand identity, what is the purpose that you're serving? What is the why that is there? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's the what do you stand for? And should I stand with you? So you can look at it. Let's take the extreme, the opposite extreme. You could not have anything that you stand for. And typically what that means is you're going to have a product or service that is truly just a pop culture product. Furbies. I mean, something that's just like, oh, it was a fad. And you could go from fad to fad to fad, but understand, you have no purpose behind what you're doing. It's just whatever somebody might like at that moment. You're going to have to be pretty creative and, stay really in touch with what's going on out there and da-da-da. But people will only take that if it's meeting that fad need at the moment. Versus what you're talking about is, what's my mission? What am I here for? What do I want to accomplish? And therefore, what am I going to stand for? And how does that also inform the decisions that I'm going to make, et cetera? So when you're talking about branding, brands have an identity that says, I can tell who you are and what you stand for by all of these things. People will talk about branding from a color scheme. Yeah. Colors are part of it. About a logo. Yeah. That's a part of it. But those come after you've identified what is it that you want to stand for, because then color makes a difference. Color has an impact. Then logo makes a difference. Logo has an impact. But until then, it's just a squiggly line with blue and red. Well, okay, who cares? But when you then say, this is what I stand for, now that logo either matches and aligns with that or it doesn't. That color scheme either gives me and promotes that, gives that vibe to me and promotes that, or it doesn't. All those other things. But then the other questions, the other decisions also align with that. Again, who are you going after? How are you designing that? What's your price point? What are some of your offers and guarantees? I mean, all those other things now, again, that the decisions that you're going to make on the business come about. What kind of people are we going to hire? And how does that fit with what our branding is? How are we going to train them? And what are we going to train them in? So that, again, they're delivering on that. Do my people understand? This is one of the things I talk about when I get into market differentiation, is like, you say that's what your differentiation is. What will your employees say? Will they say the exact same thing as you? And if they won't or don't, then there's a disconnect. And they're out doing things on behalf of the business that aren't aligned with what you say the brand is about. And that's now going to be a conflict, which is going to, reduce your power of messaging. That's going to impact, the trust factor and whether people are going to come to you first and whether they're going to come to you repetitively, going forward. So all of those things matter.
It does. And it matters. It's your life force. What is the life force of your business? And can you really quantify that and think about it? A lot of times people do things out of order, and you alluded to that. You're starting to build brand assets, logos and colors and things of that nature. You're starting to do marketing. You're making it visible. But what's behind it? What's it standing on?
Right.
You haven't done your market research. A lot of times you don't do your market, so you don't know who your competition really is, or you don't know how your competition is actually operating within the market that you're trying to penetrate. Have you done the real research around that? And then looking at how do you sit? Because before you're going to go out and take the field, it's like a lot of people, I tell people this, and it's a great analogy because it makes sense. You take the field, you know what? I've studied, I got myself together, I'm ready, man. I got my ball, I got my bat, I'm running the field, I'm ready to play ball. And they're playing football out there. You look like a real idiot.
Wrong game, wrong time. Well, and what people who are watching or who see this on a replay or get passed on through some post or what they really need to get and understand for what we're going to do in this Profit Booster Forum is that we are going to work with them on creation of this, because you're listening to it now and you're like, that sounds really good. Yeah. I'm gonna go. And then as soon as this is off, maybe it's like, well, what did they say again? How do I do that? What's the first step, etc. We're going to walk them through. These are the things that you need to do first. Let's check that work. Okay, now we're going to do this. Let's check that work. Now you're going to have your gap analysis done so you know truly what your target market wants, what their pain points are, what your strengths are, and how you're going to use those to deliver. We're going to then, create what I call a market domination position statement, that this is your bold claim with what you're going to deliver and how you're going to deliver that to benefit them. But we're going to then help you create not only that statement, but an implementation plan. How do you incorporate that into your marketing, your market messaging? How do you incorporate that into your pricing strategy? So we'll give you a plan, or help you develop a plan for how you're going to implement that. You won't be able to, do all that at, in that 8 weeks, or 4 weeks, but we're going to give you the plan that says now you can, do it on your own going forward, or you can always, kind of rely on us, to continue on helping that, if that be your choice, et cetera. So it's the tangible that you're going to walk out with: a gap analysis, a market dominating position statement, and an implementation plan that you're going to put together that in and of itself is a foundation for every other decision you need to make on your business, and a foundation then for you creating, that $1 million business or beyond, doubling your revenue, doubling your profit, in that next 12 months.
All right. So tell them when it starts, give them some logistics, right? You kind of alluded to it, 4 weeks. I know it starts January 27th. Kind of walk them through week 1, week 2, week 3, and 4, so they understand that, they know where to go. They can sign up now. I'm going to say this one thing before you even get started. Me and Sydney went round and round on just the pricing for this. We understand it's the holiday season. Like, wow, people are spending money. They're doing their thing. But I tell you one thing, you're going to go into Q1 next year, and you got to look at your 2023 results. And you got to ask yourself, honestly, am I happy with these results? Am I unhappy with these results? Or these are the results that I want going forward? Because I guarantee you this, if you don't change anything, that's exactly what you're going to get next year. If you do want to change those results, then this is the investment that you're going to want to make.
Right. So the forum is 4 weeks, 4 consecutive Saturdays, starting January 27th, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, USA. And it'll be the next 4, 3 consecutive Saturdays after that. So January 27th, I think it's February 3rd, February 10th, February 17th. From that 9 a.m. to 11. It's going to be virtual. You can register on Eventbrite. We will, you can contact us, either through websites or whatever to get the link. But if you go to Eventbrite, put in Profit Booster Forum, poof, it'll pop up. The pricing, so you alluded to it, Grant. If you were doing work with and I know for the work that I do with folks, and you're an expert on branding, so I can imagine. But if you're working with somebody on just a gap analysis, my expectation is that's probably going to cost someone a couple thousand, $2,000 to maybe $4,000 on the work that you're going to do with them. when I work with folks, on the market dominating position statement and market differentiation and creating that implementation plan, if I do just that, if I just do nothing more than just that, that's about $2,000. So you're talking about somewhere in the $6,000 to maybe $8,000 range of this work. Now we're doing it from a classroom structure, not one-on-one, but we're only charging $497 for that. $497 for 8 hours worth of hands-on assistance in creating your gap analysis, your market differentiating statement, dominating position statement, and your implementation plan, so that you can go out and master that, over that coming year. So it's a great value from that perspective. And as you said, gives them a strong foundation on how they're going to springboard their business forward in 2024. And because we're doing it in January and February, you're getting it at the beginning of the year. So now you've got the whole year to reap the rewards and the benefits of those kind of changes.
Excellent.
And Marak is coming on to get that hook.
To
pull us out.
Before I get the hook, I wanted to say $497 is an incredible price for that. I was expecting you to say something like $1,500 because you were saying like 5 to 6. I was like, okay, this is a cute $1,500. $497 is outrageous.
Yeah. So for us, again, we are about, both Grant and I, and this is why we align with so many different things. We're really about helping folks move their businesses forward. We have made, we've been successful in corporate careers. We've moved on to doing things on our own. We're not those folks who are doing the infomercials, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, we're going to do the $497, and then we're going to try and sell you on this other thing for $297, and then we're going to sell you on this. Look, we're trying to give folks, the benefit of what we've learned throughout all of our careers, and what we do with our clients. And again, there will be some folks who will want help. Great, we'll help them, on a go-forward basis. Right. But this is really to say, look, this can stand on its own in terms of what it can provide and benefit, and it is a tremendous value. So, folks should go sign up right away. I'm gonna go out on a limb. I haven't talked to Grant about this at all. So, Grant, hold your emotions. I'm going to offer the guarantee.
Okay.
That just says, look, if you sign up and register, and after that first week, you say, this is garbage, money back.
Okay.
That's just how confident, again, I know what we're going to deliver. Yep. I know what it's going to be about. And I want folks to say, look, then I got no risk. I got no risk. That I put my money down, I sit there, and if I'm getting stuff out of it, great, we keep going. But after that first week, if you say, nope, don't want to come back, I'm done, fine. We'll refund the money.
All righty.
Well, I stand on that 100%. And I already know that's not going to happen. We're going to have conversation because you need to roll up your sleeves. Whoever's going to be in my classroom, we're going to learn something. We're going to actually go to work. We're not giving you anything. We are learning together, and we're going to pull something out of the hat that's going to be so revolutionary. You're going to like, wow, I can't wait to do the next course that you're going to have because it's that impactful.
Awesome. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing your insights this evening. I really appreciate it. Genius is common, and I'll see you both on the other side.
Thank you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Again, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or visit the Cash App numbers on the screen, $BBXUSA. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for December of 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, the Carolina Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses, and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand an experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces its community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now, There's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too, because genius is common.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Cash flow, 5, 10, 10, 75.
I use the cash flow app to keep track of my charities.
Cash flow, 5, 10, 10, 75 helps you manage expenses, helps keep track of charitable giving, helps you save your money. Cash flow, 5, 10, 10, 75. Download it today. Cashflow 5101075 would like to wish the Cyber Bears good luck in this year's first robotics competition.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marak Hicks, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Anya Goldsby. Anya is an anointed attorney, speaker, author, and career coach, passionate about helping others succeed personally and professionally. Anya is the founder of Black Esquire LLC, Goldsby Law, PLLC, and the Anointed Attorney LLC. She received her JD from the University of Connecticut School of Law and her bachelor's degree or her BA from Bryn Mawr College. Anya's tagline, leading, encouraging, and teaching whenever and wherever I'm speaking, emphasizes who she is and her spiritual gifts as a leader, encourager, and teacher, which she uses to successfully serve her clients. As a career coach, Anya helps future and current lawyers of all colors successfully navigate their attorney journey so they can turn their chaos and confusion into clarity and confidence by using her proven career and calling clarity connection C4 method. Anya is a legacy lawyer to families and businesses. She provides services in estate planning, business law, education, and juvenile law. As a speaker, Anya is known as the Anointed Attorney, and she speaks to multiple audiences, including students, women, churches, and businesses, on top of ranging from social emotional learning, diversity, and faith. Her signature message focuses on empowering her audience to make an impact in the world and knowing their value. Value stands for using your voice to advocate so others can learn and understand your excellence. I introduce to you Anya. Hi, Anya. How are you? It looks like you're on mute.
I realized that. I said, hold on. I can't talk until I hit the unmute button. But hi, Marak. So it's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming. So I was able to read through your bio, but I would love it if you can talk a little bit about what do each of your businesses do and how do they each differ?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. So most of my time, I would say, is spent as a lawyer. So my law practice, Goldsby Law PLLC. I'm known as a legacy lawyer for families and businesses. So I would say half of my time I'm spent in court. I represent parents as well as students in juvenile law matters here in the state of Connecticut. A lot of times, the cases are specific to child welfare. And outside of those cases, I also will take on some private clients with education law. So that could range from anything from a child that may have disabilities, and I might be advocating for them in the PPT meetings, the parent and placement team meetings, or maybe there's a discipline issue and I will represent that child or student in a disciplinary hearing or matter, something like that. On the business law side and the sort of legacy side, I work in estate planning and business law. So estate planning focuses on trust in estates, making sure people have their assets protected. And I would love to talk a little bit more about that as well, because I think legacy is really one of those things that we all have. And so we want to make sure that we can protect ourselves, not just for our current generation, but generations to come. And then as a business lawyer, I do work really just making sure the businesses are built properly, protecting their brands. So that's the business law aspect of it. So that's law practice. Outside of that, my coaching business, Black Esquire, is really just about increasing diversity in the profession and helping that next generation of lawyers. I know how the process was for me. Getting into law school was certainly not an easy process. So most of my clients, I'm helping them through that law school application process. I have a course that I take them through, and I also have some books that supplement the materials that I teach them in the course, and really just work with anyone that is on sort of that attorney journey to make sure that they have the skill sets they need to be successful, because so sometimes there's obstacles that we're going to face. And so it's really great to have a group of other people that are there, that are like-minded, that can help you kind of get through those obstacles together. And the Anointed Attorney LLC is sort of my faith-based aspect. So it's my speaker, other sort of side of the coaching brand, where I speak to churches and focus on my faith first model, and really integrate my work as an attorney and my faith as a Christian. And that's where the name The Anointed Attorney comes from. So yeah, I like to just kind of show up authentically as myself wherever I am.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. Would love to hear a little bit from you about, what does legacy mean to you?
Yeah. So, legacy, I think, is one of those things that are really important to everybody. To me personally, I think legacy means taking something that you have and making sure that it's protected and it can last beyond your personal life. I always like to say, like, our story doesn't start with us and our story doesn't end with us. I know it seems like it does, but, I had a legacy before I came here, and I want to make sure that aspects of my legacy are left even when I'm no longer here on this earth. And so part of being the legacy lawyer is helping people protect the assets that they have, whether that's property or businesses, and making sure that those businesses are established and also properly protected, so that when we do leave this earth, and I can realize, like, a lot of people don't like to talk about the emergency situations, but realistically we have to understand that we're not going to be here forever. And so protecting ourselves, protecting our family, our loved ones, and our businesses for when we are not here is really something that we should be thinking about. And that's really what I do in that legacy aspect.
Got it. What are some ways that you suggest to business owners to protect their businesses, so that way they're saving and they're thinking proactively about a time where they may no longer be here? What are some of the functions that they can do to protect their business?
Yep. So one thing that I counsel businesses on, especially those that are maybe newer in the business, or they're not sure what kind of business they want to do, but they know they want to start a business, I talk to them about what type of business entity they want to form, because there are many different types. So some people don't know the difference between an LLC and an LP, and they really don't know where you should start. So obviously it's going to depend on the goals of the business. And so that's where I will start with my sort of business building session, sort of my version of a consultation to get more about the business goals and to work with the clients on building that brand that they want. One of the things that I think will really help in establishing legacy in business is to make sure that your business entity can last beyond you. So if I started, for example, a LLC, that stands for limited liability company, which is generally the most common type of business that people are starting. That is a business, even if it's just a one member business, meaning it's just me, it'll still last even if I'm not here. I can appoint somebody else to come into the business as a member when I pass away. Those are things that you can do, or you can bring in a second member. That's why I really love limited liability companies, because there's room for growth. So you could start now as just a single member LLC, but the goal is for your business to grow. So maybe you want to bring in partners. Maybe you want to actually bring your child into the business when they get old enough. And so you can do that with an LLC and expand the brand. And I think that's probably one of the best ways that you can really establish legacy when it comes to business.
Awesome. Can you tell me a little bit about some of the top mistakes you see new businesses make?
Yeah, so there's certainly a lot that people do in business. One thing, especially for newer business owners, that I would say I see all the time is when they might not have a lot to start with. And so they don't really look into business credit and business funding. There are opportunities and things that you can do so you don't have to use your own money when you start business. I would say that's definitely a mistake that I see business owners make. And I did that honestly myself. When I first went into business, I didn't really understand the concept of business credit and that it was different from my personal credit and all of those things. And so I try to educate my clients on that. And while I'm not in the tax business or business credit business, I can still let my clients know that this is something that is useful for them and connect them to the right people that may be able to help them. But one other mistake that I see happen is that businesses, because maybe they don't have their own office yet, right? Maybe they're doing work virtually. It's very common to have a virtual business now, and that's completely fine. I work out of my house most of the time. I have a virtual address until I need to get to a physical office space. But if you do that, one of the biggest mistakes people make is they use their home address as their business address. And that's a big no-no. You do not want to create your business entity and then use your home address. There's a lot of reasons for that. One thing, now your home address is public because people now know where you live. But even secondarily to that, if you're trying to apply for business credit and you want to add some credibility and legitimacy behind your name, having your home address isn't going to look good to these creditors and these companies that potentially may be in the space of offering you loans and offering you credit. You want to look like a legitimate business. Even if you are in your house, get a virtual address. I've even seen it where some people have lost coverage on their homeowner's insurance policy because they use their home address as their business address. And that's not what the insurance policy was for. So you got to be very careful. And, if you live in an apartment complex or what am I thinking of? Like those homeowners and the housing authorities. Yes, I've seen that many times. There are rules with those housing authorities. And so if you're using that address as a business and it's not meant for commercial, it's not going to be good. So you want to prevent all of those things and just get a virtual address. And that's something that I help my clients do as well, especially the newer business owners.
That makes a lot of sense. So being a business owner, I've been seeing online these things specifically talking about having to pay $500 a day starting 2024. Something related to LLCs. Can you explain what this is about?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I've been getting a lot of questions from people like, Anya, what is this? Businesses got to pay $500 a day. I'm so confused. Like, no. So what's going on is that in 2024, it's something called the Corporate Transparency Act. This is a law that was enacted back in 2021, but it doesn't go into effect until January 1st of 2024. Now, the Corporate Transparency Act, its overall goal really is kind of in the name. It's meant for corporate transparency. There's an organization that investigates these financial crimes. So think of money laundering, tax evasion, things like that. Those are the types of things that they want to prevent. And so in order to do that, they are requiring businesses to provide certain information about their owners. The specific name is called a beneficial owner. And so in 2024, beginning on January 1st, any corporate or corporation or LLC will have to report the information of their beneficial owners. So the beneficial owners would be anybody that is a 25% stake or more of ownership in the business. So that's probably going to affect the majority of LLCs and corporations. However, there are some exceptions. So think of organizations that are already highly regulated, anybody that's in the banking industry, things like that, right? Banks, security brokers, they don't have to worry about this reporting because they're regulated already. So there's no requirements there. But that $500 thing is almost like a myth. And so this is what I want to explain to anybody that's listening to this and they have a business and you don't want to have to owe $500. That fee is only going to be applied if you miss the deadline and if you're late. And also it's a discretionary fee. So essentially, if you are a business that has been in business at least since 2020, meaning you're an active business right now, on January 1st, you have an entire year to comply. So you can breathe. You're not going to be late if you don't file on January 1st. And in fact, you can't even do it now. There's no way to comply with this act until January 1st, and you have an entire year to do so. Now, if you are a new business, however, this is where you want to pay closer attention. After January 1st, 2024, if you decide you want to form a new business, that business entity is going to be required to report their beneficial owners within 90 days. So it's a much shorter period of time if you're somebody that's starting a new business, or maybe you have older businesses, but you also want to add an additional business. Then yes, you do have to comply within 90 days, and you could be subject to a $500 fine per day if you do not comply. But because this is new, I do believe there'll likely be some grace. But if I were you, I would make sure that I looked into it and submitted my information properly online. And so I'm always happy to answer any questions, particularly when it comes to businesses in that regard. But that's really what that act is all about. So hopefully that clears things up and gives some people some ability to sleep, so they don't think they got to pay $500 a day just to have a business.
Thanks for sharing that. I would love to know what type of contracts you feel are the most important to serve or for business service-based businesses to kind of leverage.
Yeah. And, I think it's important, especially for those of us in the service-based industry, because I know that's a lot of members with the Black Business Network and those viewers that are watching. And so one of the things that I would recommend everybody have is some form of a non-disclosure agreement. You need to have something in place with the people that you're working with. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to be anything overly detailed, but you want to make sure you have something that protects your information. And non-disclosure agreements are really meant to protect what we call trade secrets. So any information in your business that you wouldn't want somebody in the public to know about, you want to have that protected in a non-disclosure agreement or an NDA. If you are working, let's say, with somebody through Fiverr or Upwork, you're connected with people that are now having access to your proprietary information. These are things that you actually may want to have them sign to make sure that none of your information is going. My understanding is some of those platforms, they do have some kind of underlying confidentiality agreements. But if you want something a little bit more protective, maybe have somebody that you're working with sign that. Interns, any other employees that are in your business that have access to personal information and you don't want that exposed, maybe have them sign a non-disclosure agreement. So that's probably one of the biggest ones. I would say the second contract that you want to have is some kind of client services agreement. Whatever the services that you're providing to your client, you need to make sure that that is clearly articulated in writing. And while I think this is probably one of the most important documents, I see so many entrepreneurs in business that don't have contracts for these sort of things. One of the reasons why this is important is, number one, it makes things just clear. If you're doing business with someone, you want to be clear about what the business is. How much is it going to cost? How long is the project going to take? Is there a late policy? Like, there's a lot of things that you want to think about. And so when there's ambiguity and when people don't understand stuff, that's when you get into trouble. That's when people get mad. That's when people do chargebacks and potentially even move forward to litigation. And so to avoid all of that stress, have a client services agreement and you map that out. be clear about what it is that you're offering, when you're going to offer it, how much the services are going to cost, and so that there's no confusion. And when you do that, that's going to make things so much easier for you and your client. And let's be honest, like, you look more legit, like, oh, they got a contract. I better be right. Like, people like contracts, they're official. So having a contract also just adds some level of legitimacy and credibility to your business as well. Again, they don't need to be complicated, but you do want to have something that outlines this. So I usually recommend people like coaches, for example. If you have a coaching program, usually you have a landing page that says, hey, my program is going to do all of these things for you, and this is how much it's going to cost. So take that landing page and just put that information into a contract. That's pretty much what you want to do. That's a great way to think about it. That simplifies it.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about trademarks. What are they? Why are they important?
Yes. So trademarks are very important, especially when we're talking about legacy. So in my business, I focus on two aspects when it comes to business law: business building and business protection. And trademarks is in the area of the business protection. So trademarks are used to really protect your business name, or your trade name, if you will. So if you have something that you are using in your business and you don't want someone else to use it, that's probably when you want to use a trademark. But everything can't be trademarked. So trademarks are meant for trade names. So myself, for example, my business Black Esquire, that's an LLC. But it's also a name that I use, the Black Esquire this, the Black Esquire that. Because that name is something that I don't want other people to use, I have trademarked it. Okay. So that's what you want to trademark: things that are tied to your brand. Taglines, for example, things like that are things you want to trademark. But let's say you're somebody that's a little bit more visual and maybe you have a logo. You can trademark a logo as well. You can also trademark sounds. So anything that is very specific to you and your business that you would not want someone else to use, that's what I would recommend people trademarking. And there's a separation between the business entity name and the trademark name. They can be the same, but they don't necessarily. So one of the most common questions I get from entrepreneurs, especially those that are in that coaching, speaking business, they'll say, well, my business name is this, but I go by, like, the best person the best person in the world speaker, like whatever their name is. And so they want to trademark that. Don't trademark that, because you probably won't get it. It's kind of weird, but trademark something that works for you. And so if that's something that you want to be known by, it's your trade name, it's something associated with your brand, then you trademark it. But here's the key, and I'll give you guys a little quick tip. When you file the trademark, especially because you're the owner of the brand and you want that brand to be protected, make sure that your business entity is also an owner of that brand. Because what happens is sometimes people will file trademarks, or they use LegalZoom, God forbid, and LegalZoom is, trust me, you don't want to use them. You want to file it with an actual trademark attorney like myself, so that they can protect your assets properly. But it's not something that you want to have in your personal name only. You want to have it in your business name, because that's also going to really create that shield of protection. When you create your business entity, like your LLC, that's a limited liability company, which means you are protected under limited liability. But if you go ahead and file this trademark and it's under your personal name isn't protected, but your business is. So if you get, some issues with trademark infringement, or somebody else using your mark and things like that, it's going to be a little bit more complicated to protect your brand if you filed it under your personal name. So that's just a suggestion, no legal advice, but that might be something you want to think about.
Got it. Okay. Funny question relating to that. What about instances where the thing that you're looking to trademark is your name and another company is using your name? Think like Blue Ivy, and someone's actual name is Blue Ivy.
So in those cases, when it comes to trademarks, I always tell clients, first you want to research, and I always do this because I'll get clients that are really like, no, this is the name that I want, and this is the brand, and I've been using it forever. And sometimes I have to do some searches, and I'll say, it's probably not likely you're going to be able to get this. So either you want the name or you want to maybe change it, because you're really the brand. That's the one thing I always tell people, especially if you're in this service-based industry. Usually you're the face of the brand. And so does the name really matter so much? It's more so that it's connected to you. But
Right.
yeah, if you want to trademark your own personal name and it's something that's already trademarked, it's really about what class you want to use it in. And so trademarks are very specific about the classes. So for example, if you want to trademark something in education and entertainment, that is under class 41. That's a very common class. And so I actually just had this issue come up with another client where there was a mark with the same name and they've been using it in a different class. And so they filed it in something else. So there's still possibilities to get your trademark granted in a different class, but really it all comes down to confusion. That's what the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office is going to look for. Is there going to be some potential confusion in the market if somebody sees this name and then sees that name and they think they're the same thing? That's really what that's what it comes down to. So I like to give an example of Dove, for example. You have Dove soap and you have Dove chocolate. Nobody's really going to confuse chocolate for soap. So they're both okay, even though the names are the same, right? And they're in different classes. So those are things that you kind of want to think about. So if you've got a name and your name is maybe already trademarked or it's connected to another celebrity, yeah, good luck, because those are going to be very, very difficult, because typically the celebrity has already kind of taken over the space, but it's not impossible.
Got it. Okay, cool. So making sure that you're trademarking your business is all a part of kind of managing and really supporting and making sure that your estate is protected. But there are a lot of misconceptions about estate planning. Like one of them, don't you need a lot of money to have an estate plan?
It's so funny. I get this all the time. And I'm thinking, no, estate planning isn't just for like rich people. And I mean, let's be honest, we're all rich somehow, right? We've got wealth to transfer to our next generations. But really, estate planning is about planning for the future or in case of an emergency. That's literally what estate planning is about. So especially if you have children, and that's usually my target clients, people that are married, people that have kids, right? They have something that they want to leave now to the next generation. Well, you want to protect yourself. So what would happen if you got in a car accident and you were, God forbid, on life support and you didn't have documents in place that said how you wanted your, your assets to go? There are a lot of things that go into a default, meaning each state has what's called intestate laws. Those are laws that go into effect if you die without a will or you don't have any type of information. If you don't tell the state what to do, they're going to do whatever they want to do. And that scares me. I would not want to leave, guardianship of my children in the hands of the state. They don't know anything about me. And so one of the great things about estate planning is it's not just about money. It's about your loved ones and protecting your assets for the future. So think about estate planning as just planning in case of an emergency, not planning to save your money. That might help. That might help a little bit.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's shift gears a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about your Biblical Business Builders membership that you'll be starting in 2024?
Yes. And I'm really excited about this because, I'm known as the anointed attorney, and obviously all the clients I service, I'm not necessarily like, hey, I'm a Christian lawyer and, look at me. But I do think that there's something to be said when we're talking about establishing legacy. I mean, there's biblical principles around wealth building and generational wealth and legacy. One of those famous verses, Proverbs 13:22, a good person leaves an inheritance for their children's children. And so I really just had this vision for creating almost a membership for specific businesses that maybe just they don't have the need to have an attorney like in their business full time, but they might need a little bit of legal help sometimes. And so my biblical business membership is really meant for sort of those mid-level entrepreneurs, maybe businesses that have 1 or 2 to 10 employees, not overly huge, not ready to hire an attorney, but they need somebody that's on their side. And so essentially they pay a membership fee each month. I'm also running a deal where some of my members, if they pay for the full year, they get a month for free. LLC, and they have access to me. That's pretty much what it is. I'm going to be doing quarterly webinars for everybody that's a member, so that they can get some additional information about certain updates in the law. For example, like this Corporate Transparency Act. Those are things that I'm going to make sure those that are in my membership get first access to. I'm also going to be providing them a contract templates. And so things and letter templates, things like that may come up. Maybe you need a cease and desist letter. Maybe there's something that happened and you just have a question and you don't know what to do. You need to talk to a lawyer. Well, you may not want to pay, $500 an hour just to ask a simple question. When you're a part of my membership, you have access to me. So you get unlimited email access and the ability to call me with some of those questions. And also I throw in specifically 6 business building sessions throughout the year. So if you have something, maybe there's a change in your business, you have a question and you need a little bit more information, we'll sit down, have a phone call or talk over Zoom so that I can provide you some information. And then everybody that's a member gets a discount on any additional legal services that they need. So I'm excited.
That sounds incredible. And are you comfortable with sharing what that rate would look like on a monthly basis?
Sure, absolutely. So right now the rate is going to be $250 per month. Or if you pay upfront, it's going to be essentially, I think that's $2,750. I got to do math real quick in my head. So yes, but you get a month free if you pay it all upfront for the 12 months. And one of the things that I think is really valuable about this is that it takes that guesswork out of it. Sometimes I think there's always something that may come up, and it can be really stressful when you don't have anybody you can turn to and reach out to when you have a question. And then I'm also building a community. And it's very limited because I'm only taking on 10 clients in this membership. I may be open to expanding it in the future, but I want to keep it fairly small and intimate because, I'm making sure my time is available to all of my members as well, so that they have access to me. And so I'm keeping the group very small and close knit as well. So if anyone is interested, I'll be putting an application up on my website in the next couple of days so that you can apply, and we'll see if it's a great fit.
Awesome. So I wanted to ask you a little bit more about your business, The Anointed Attorney. You speak to women and students. What do you feel is the most compelling piece of advice that you could give to either a young entrepreneur or a young woman who's looking to start a business, or even a young child who's looking to start a business? What's the most compelling piece of information you can share with them?
It's a great question. There's a lot I could share, but I think at the root of everything, in order to be successful in business, you need to be very clear on what it is you want to do, how you want to do it, and who you want to do it for. And so I think the best piece of advice is not only going in with the passion, because I think most people understand that part. Everyone's very passionate about their business. They get really excited, but you can get really excited and also find yourselves in really excited and not so good situations because you didn't plan accordingly. And so you want to plan things out. Having a clear, concrete plan is probably the best thing you can do. And that's some of what I talk about in my career and calling clarity connection. Having a clear sense of your purpose and your why then will indicate what it is that you want to do, who you want to serve, how you want to serve them, and what you're going to do to accomplish all of these things. And so, going in with clarity and having a clear sense of why you're doing what you're doing and truly mapping this out to get the work done is going to be really helpful to you.
That makes a ton of sense. And you kind of touched on my next question, which is about your time and how often you coach, or the fact that you are a coach. What are some of the topics that you usually will cover with people who join your coaching program?
Yes. And so right now, I have a specific program for the pre-law students, as I mentioned. So that's all about the law school application process. And right now it's pretty prime time. So if anybody is watching and you're thinking about going to law school, you need some help, you can go to my website and take a look at that, because there's a certain formula that I use to make sure people are on the right track. But outside of that, particularly with my faith focus training, I have a model called the Faith First Framework. And I'm actually working on my book, which should be released within the next couple of weeks. We just got to get everything all uploaded. So I'm really excited about that. And there's along with that, a Faith First Masterclass and a Faith First course that delves into each aspects of the framework. So not to get, too off track, but that is a big part of my coaching, because in order for us, especially, me being an attorney and a Christian, that's generally who I'm coaching. I'm coaching other attorneys or other Christians, women, people that are on that journey everybody. They want to be successful, but sometimes having that career and balancing your faith can be really difficult. It almost feels like there's this dissonance and disconnect. And so I want to take all that stuff out. I don't want you to feel like there's some conflict between your career and the calling that God has for you, right? There's no conflict. It's all about coming together. And so the faith first framework stands for success is possible when we put faith first. And each letter of that sentence stands for the 6-step framework. So S stands for salvation and sacrifice. P, prayer and praise. W, word and worship. P, preparation and purpose. F, finances and fasting. And F, friends and fellowship. So success is possible when we put faith first. So I also just published one of my journals called the Prayer and Preparation Journal. So that's the first book in my Faith First series, and just really just getting everybody that is a believer in Christ in that space where they learn how to prioritize their faith in the midst of their daily lives and what God has called them to do in their careers.
That is incredible. Okay, so before we let you go, because we're coming up on time, one, please let everyone know where they can purchase the book that you just released and the one that's coming out in a few months or a few weeks. Second, let everyone know where they can find you. How can they reach out to you? Where they can go? Do you have a website? Are you active on social media? Do you TikTok? Where can people find you? And then we'll go from there.
Absolutely. So yes, so my book that just released is on Amazon. So all you have to do is search my name or search Prayer and Preparation Journal, and you'll be able to find that. I also list all of my books on my website, AnyaGoldsby.com. Just go to /books and you will see everything that I have available there. I'm definitely active on social media, so you can find me at Anya Goldsby on Instagram as well as Facebook and TikTok. I'm also on Facebook as @Goldsby Law with my law firm name as well. So I'm truly happy. I'm glad I had an opportunity to talk with you and just share some of this stuff because it's so important. Legacy and building like Black business, whatever it is that you're doing, you can build all you want. But if you don't protect what it is that you build for legacies and generations to come, it's kind of lost.
Yeah, definitely 1000%. Anya, thank you so much for joining us this evening. It was great talking to you. And I really appreciate you sharing all of your insight.
Thank you so much.
Of course, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Bye. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that is floating around the bottom of the screen, $BBXUSA. Again, the website is www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or the Cash App, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students who are interested can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to our scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for December 2023. Our sponsors are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
In the heart of America, there are dreams waiting to be realized. Dreams of owning a home, creating a haven for families, and building a future. Yet, there are 13 million mortgage-ready home buyers and nearly 20 million renter households who have the credit and income to qualify for a mortgage but remain left out of the home buying process. These potential home buyers are in urban and rural America, where dreams should flourish. The big banks, the giants of finance, have all exited the mortgage lending business, decreasing their lending footprints across America. They are no longer present and active in these communities. Instead of offering opportunities for home ownership, some of these banks have chosen a different path. They have decided to become mega landlords. They have chosen to invest billions of dollars in rental homes, leaving potential home buyers with fewer options and stuck in a cycle of renting without the chance to build equity and create a legacy for their families. Here is the shocking truth. A report issued by the Home Ownership Council of America revealed that if lenders were to step forward and serve this underserved market, they could conservatively increase their loan volume by $1.5 trillion. $1.5 trillion. This is $1 trillion business opportunity, ripe for the taking. That's why I Have a Dream Home is here. We support the American dream of home ownership in urban and rural America. We believe in the power of social consciousness and the impact it can have on people's lives. Investing in urban and rural America is not just good business sense. It's a moral imperative. Our mission is clear. Become the go-to mortgage lender in these communities. Create a pathway to home ownership for all Americans, breaking the cycle of poverty by empowering families to build wealth, stabilizing our communities, and taking pride in our country. I Have a Dream Home. Unlocking dreams, transforming communities, and rewriting the story of American home ownership. For more information, scan the QR code or visit our website at www.ihaveadreamhome.gold.
Are you aware that showing off your expertise can gain customers and position you as an expert in your industry? Consumers need confidence to purchase, so let us showcase your knowledge by interviewing you for a 3 to 5 minute video. We'll position you as an industry expert with a customized interview-style video, and for a limited time, we'll cover all production costs. Click this ad or call now for all the information. You'll want to experience the same 5-star service our customers love. So take advantage of this one-time offer. Click this ad or contact us now.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I have my PhD in biomedical informatics, and I tend to focus and get really passionate around genomics, particularly when we talk about genomics for precision health, genomics for community and population health, so on and so forth, and some of the disparities and differences that manifest themselves in the human body based on your heredity, your ethnicity, your environmental impact and stimulus that's coming from outside of your control, and how that impacts the way you ingest medicine, the way your body takes in that medicine and delivers it throughout your cells. even though the drug is the same, the dosage is the same, the age, weight, blood pressure, all of these other vital signs may be the same, but the drug may manifest itself differently between these two demographics, just simply based on the differences in their genetic history and their genomes.
Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith, the NFL's first African-American woman to coach in the history of the National Football League, by way of being the first female in 2017 to coach in New York Jets franchise history. Today, I'm the founder of Believe in You Incorporated. Believe in You Incorporated. I got here because I didn't limit myself. I started thinking freely, living life freely. Don't limit yourself. Unleash your power, the power that God created you to be and to have. I got here because I didn't just follow a path. I created my own. You can do the same thing. You know why I know this? Because genius is common.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors, And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marak Hicks, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker this evening is Stan LeConte. Stan L. LeConte was born and raised in Queens Village, New York. He has two daughters, Brittany and Cheyenne, and a son, Nathan. After high school, he took an opportunity to play football at Chowan College in Murfreesboro, North Carolina, but due to an injury, he had left and moved to Florida, where his parents relocated. He finished his bachelor's degree in finance at Florida International University. Stan has always worked as he pursued his college degree, but after receiving some advice from his mentor, he decided to complete the CFP, Certified Financial Planner, designated course at Barry University. This was his gateway to the financial services world. Stan began his career as a financial advisor and is currently 15 years in his profession. He has received his Series 7 securities license and Series 66 investor advisor representative license and his insurance license 2-15. He quickly received an advanced designation called CRPC, Chartered Retirement Planning Counselor, to differentiate himself as a retirement specialist and an expert on retirement planning. He excelled in his role and quickly was positioned as a financial advisor coach to his peers, followed by being asserted as the insurance sales specialist to multiple branches and finally promoted to an associate branch manager, where he was in leadership of 50+ advisors at a Fortune 200 financial brokerage firm. He also has been a member of the $1 Million Roundtable since 2016. Stan recently accomplished getting his 2-20 general lines insurance license, giving him the full capability to open a complete risk management agency, Achievers Protection Advisors, LLC, to serve homeowners and commercial lines businesses. Stan started his career working with physicians in both the James Wilson Bridge Associates and the Diaspora of Haitian American Physicians. He is currently working on his NFLPA designation, as he has acquired several professional athletes as clients over the years, with 2021 being his biggest class to date. And now introduce to you, Stan LeConte. Hey, Stan.
Hello, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here, and I want to thank Black Business for allowing me the opportunity tonight.
Of course. And it looks like you're joined by Grant, so I'm going to bring him in.
Awesome.
Hey, Grant.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. Alrighty. Well, I'll let you guys take it. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. How are you doing, Stan?
I'm doing fantastic, Grant. Thank you for having me on the show. And, as I told you a little bit earlier, a little bit under the weather, but I'm getting over it. The flu season has been rampant so far.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time and that you are well enough to go ahead and to give us some wisdom about what your experience has been in the financial planning world. I am impressed with you. We've worked together now for a number of different years, number of different associations. And I never cease to be amazed about some of the things that you do. So talk to us a little, we'll start out just understanding the current state of financial planning, some of those trends, development. What are you seeing in the field recently?
Very good, Grant. In the world of financial planning and advice, we've seen several notable trends and developments in recent years. One of the most significant shifts has been towards a more comprehensive, holistic approach to financial wellness. More people are seeking advice just beyond the investments and the retirement planning. Clients are increasingly seeking comprehensive guidance that encompass more of like broader goals and life aspirations. Addressing things like debt management, budgeting, insurance needs, and even non-financial factors that impact their financial well-being, such as their health and wealth, their family dynamics, mortality, and those things alike. So, we seem to delve into more areas like resolution conflict in some areas with small business owners and family members and spouses in a lot of those ways. So this holistic approach allows for financial advisors and planners to provide a more tailored and impactful way to provide advice.
That's interesting. I mean, I know the landscape is constantly changing. Money is fluid in a number of different ways. We try to save and do our things. And, finance has been a challenge for a lot of different people. You have attained a certain designation that I'm not that familiar with. Maybe our audience isn't that familiar with. And we need to understand what that is. What is a certified financial planner or CFP?
Cool. That is a designation that holds a significant importance in the financial planning profession. The CFP, which means Certified Financial Planner, is widely recognized as a symbol of excellence. It's like the gold standard in our profession, in our field. So there are several reasons why getting a CFP designation is crucial for all of us in the field. First, it represents a commitment to high standards, ethical behavior, professionalism, and the CFP board is not playing. You have a high level of stringent ethical standards that you have to adhere to even before you even get to the exams. You have 300 plus hours, 2 years of apprenticeship before you can even think about doing the exam. So it ensures clients their best interests are always the top priority. Secondly, CFP professionals undergo rigorous training and examinations, which equip us with a comprehensive understanding of all topics: retirement, estate, tax, in deep areas. Even though I'm not an attorney, I could talk about estate planning on that level, even though I'm not a CPA, I could talk about taxes on that level. So the knowledge that allows for us a deeper, broader perspective to inform clients on their financial goals and allows for the best advice possible. Now, furthermore, the CFP designation demonstrates a dedication of ongoing education. We have to study countless amount of CE credits year over year as things change in the industry. So we're required to keep up to date with those changes. And finally, clients seek out CFPs for a high level of advice. Grant, the thing is, when individuals come to me and I ask them, what brings them to my office today, I sit back and I have to listen to some of the variables that come out. And as soon as I hear some triggering words, within minutes, I'm able to digest that and provide key detail recommendations that could change their lives for a lifetime. So the CFP designation is a powerful credential that benefits both the advisor from a skill level and the clients for the advice that they're going to be receiving.
Oh, it's so interesting. I have, thank you for giving me the understanding, the underpinnings of what that designation is about. And in the African American community, we've been challenged with coming through a lot of different financial challenges. And for you to have that designation, what does that mean for you as an African American on the Black Business Network to have that designation?
Well, to say that only 2% of the CFP nation are men of color, men and women of color. Out of 92,000, we stand at 2,615, and me being one of them. The response is we need increased diversity within the financial platform, including representation of us. It's a priority that we need to take place. And historically, there's been a lack of diversity in our field, but there's a growing recognition to change that. I see the CFP board, including the diversity board, to provide more inclusion. They are providing more scholarships and the opportunity to be a financial planner. Now, the daunting task of being a CFP is the 300 plus hours you have to put in while you're in your profession to obtain the degree. I mean, you have to have a level of dedication, which many of us may not have because we're raising families and we have businesses that, we work from 8 to 8 or 7 to 12, whatever it may be, to make sure that it's successful, and don't necessarily have the opportunity to put in those hours to acquire that CFP, and they're just not having the knowledge base to acquire that an opportunity. So African American representation among CFP professionals has been disproportionately low in our overall population. So the underrepresentation is due to a lot of factors, limited access, lack of awareness, and just not opportunity, unfortunately. So there are some encouraging signs, Grant, for us moving forward. But, I'd like to see more of us get involved into the space. I'd like to see more representation of CFPs at a higher level so that we're not underrepresented and that the community can feel comfortable in coming to us to provide them with needed advice for them to move forward.
That's so important. We need to understand, we are in a capitalistic system and how wealth is calculated. And we need to understand that we have been marginalized through history up until, let's just say, the 1960s, 70s, not even to participate in the financial engine, even in the United States. But now, I'm probably the first generation of my family to be, or what I say, have at least have that opportunity to fully participate, where you're not being determined by law that you can't. And that was significant. But now we have maybe 2, maybe 3 generations that we can actually let's move this ball forward. When we say that, most people don't understand the definition of wealth. What does that mean? Real estate? Do you insurance? Do you have stocks, bonds? And when you start looking at like, wow, I don't have real estate. Insurance, I don't think I have any of that either. Stocks and bonds, are you kidding? So you're already starting from a state of no wealth. Help us understand financial literacy from the lens of a CFP.
Well, I know we only have 30 plus minutes, and I can go on for a few days about this topic. I'm very passionate about the financial literacy state and where it stands today. Financial literacy in America, while it's still improving, has room for a lot of growth. Okay, a lack of financial literacy can lead to a lot of different things, and we learn heuristically, right? Unfortunately, the less fortunate learn heuristically, and it's going through trial by error, and finally getting to that road where other people learn things at the dinner table at a very young age. So being that it's not taught, it provides a lot of financial instability in our community. So, when we examine the disparities between different racial and ethnic groups, we do find variations in financial literacy rates. Unfortunately, studies have shown that African Americans tend to have lower levels of financial literacy compared to their counterparts. That's just where it is at this point. And these disparities can be attributed to various factors, including educational opportunities, access to financial resources, and historical inequalities. And what I've done to take it upon myself, Grant, is I have a program that I've created to reach the masses. I do what I can to go into the schools currently and have these conversations with these young gentlemen and young women about financial literacy and banking and how to open a bank account and how to save money and how to create a piggy bank and what's APR and what's a finance rate, things like that, how to read a contract. However the case, it's one or two people at a time are getting touched, and I want to reach people by the masses. So I've created a program that can actually touch a lot of people and raise the aptitude in the areas of financial literacy, hopefully in droves. So because historically, the disparity is too great. So I believe that financial literacy is the cornerstone to all financial empowerment. And, closing that gap is crucial for promoting economic equality. We have to have financial equality in order for us to have a voice in the room. So initiatives are aimed at improving financial education in these underserved communities are key. And getting in there is important. There's tons of funding in all of these cities. And, I don't know where the funding is going, and that's just yet another conversation. But, I believe that the outreach program should include financial literacy simply because it's a much needed tool, and it could help out a community. Once everyone gets impacted, it can help out a community tenfold. It's what I call the money multiplier effect. Once you understand how to use money in that tool, and you understand your communities are also involved, together we can be more impactful.
It's so important. I know we've talked about it. We're going to do this in 2024, in which we can start having workshops in classrooms, because we understand that this is not being taught in school. Unfortunately, here we're in this game of life, and you're not being taught the rules. That should tell us something. Our educational system should listen to this. Like, wow, you're going through K through 12. You understand when you graduate, even at the high school level, if you're not being taught the rules of the game of money, how can you expect that these groups of people will be successful? Unless, of course, your goal is to keep them in a consumer society and being exploited for I don't know how long. We just had a commercial even on before this around real estate, around the difference between owning and renting. Is that when you rent, you don't have any wealth value. That's important because you don't have ownership. You don't own a business. You don't own anything. If you don't own anything, think of a simple game that a lot of us grew up playing. I know I did. And that's Monopoly. It's fun to play. Wow, right?
Right.
It teaches you basically the fundamentals, correct? That you got to pass, you got to get a job, you got to then get money, And then you've got to start buying property. And the more property you get, the more wealth you have, the more leverage that you have to play the game, because there's other people on the other side of the ball that are accumulating wealth in order to win the game. And at the end of the game, whoever has all the marbles wins the game. Well, if all you're doing is collecting $200 and going to jail or not, that's a problem, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I agree. The game of Monopoly does to start teaching the basics of financial literacy at a young age. However, the case is, our parents, unfortunately, I'm a first generation, first person to, go to college. My sister followed suit. I wasn't taught financial literacy. I had to learn financial literacy throughout the days heuristically and bump my head. And, obviously I got a finance degree and learned the basics from school and empowered myself throughout the way. However, these opportunities and these conversations can go a long way. Imagine having, all the young professionals on the same page, or these young individuals on the same page, and graduating with the understanding of how to develop a relationship with a bank, how to manage their credit. Instead of starting from a 30 yards back, they can start 30 yards ahead, moving forward. That's the way that I see it, and it's the way that I want to impact the community of individuals that I'm around.
This is so important. I see this. Now, we just talked about K through 12. You graduate high school. You already have a very limited financial understanding of how the system works. And then you go to college. Just say you get fortunate enough, you go to college. The first thing I notice on a college campus is all these credit card companies sitting there waiting to give these kids who barely understand money in the first place a golden credit card with high interest loans in order to now pay for your education. And then hopefully if you do graduate, you understand, like, wow, I'm in enormous debt. So then you start at, you're 24, you're 25, you start to realize I am not just broke, I'm in amazing debt. That's kind of disturbing.
Very disturbing. So, you compound that with the student loans that they're getting, and then the predatory, well, I shouldn't say predatory, the credit cards that come around that gives them the opportunity to spend, a couple $1,000s before they even graduate. And then they're not understanding, how to leverage a credit card to their advantage. And then when they finally get a chance to come see me, Grant, it's, unwinding the whole thing. And me sometimes having to be a miracle worker and trying to get them first to be educated in the area of, what is a FICO score. And there are different types of FICO scores that affect different parts of your credit, and how to use that leverage to get the things that you need for less money, and then keep your capital to invest in other areas that make more money for you. So those are the learning lessons that early on, it's hard for them to grasp, but one client at a time, at a very young age. Since I do work with a lot of professional athletes, this is the part that I find overwhelming, is the lack of financial education coming out of that realm, and I want to make a difference there.
Let's talk about that, because that's even another facet. We talked about somebody that doesn't have a lot of resources, and then what they're up against if they don't have awareness and knowledge, right? Then you get an individual that all of a sudden has really no money, no financial capital, and then they come into millions of dollars. When we look at sports, and you look at these kids, and then they get that pro contract, and then they're guaranteed millions of dollars. You haven't even worked with thousands of dollars. Now you have millions of dollars. You're expected now to manage that. You're young, vulnerable, impressionable. And you're like, all this stuff is like, going across. Like, how do you help people in that situation?
Well, that is one of the most challenging aspects of my profession at this point in my career is, sitting down with a 22, 24-year individual that has, hundreds of thousands of dollars that they never had before, and helping them understand that if you have a contract for $1 million, you're probably going to see around 600,000 because Uncle Sam's going to take about 40%. And then you have your agent fees and your training and all the incidentals outside of that, leaving you with a little bit less. So, understanding to maintain a budget in the earlier stages and be more responsible and diligent with your funds is very important, because the case in the NFL and basketball is these athletes do not make it longer than 3 to 5 years. They'll make a couple $1 million and then they're without a job. And most of them have gone through 60% of their income, leaving them in despair opportunities because the NFL doesn't allow you to get any money from their 401ks till age 45 and 55. And you could imagine being a 29-year-old with no resources. It's a daunting and a way of Great Depression at that point. So my job is to start early. That's why I want to get to the kids at the middle school age and start teaching them. So by the time they're high school athletes or, high school graduates, college graduates, that they have a strong grasp of financial literacy so that our conversations can be more impactful and I can help them further along in their journeys.
Talk to me like I'm one of those kids, and help me understand. Give me 5 tips. Just 5 basic tips about money and finance as I'm now starting to look at either getting to a family. I'm starting to all right, I remember my son even asking me Dad, I just got this job. They're asking me about 401k. They're asking me about, insurance and benefits and stuff. And I'm like, I don't even know what I'm signing up for. Give us some tips to help us from your standpoint.
Sure. So, I'm not giving any recommendations. Please don't take any of these as personalized recommendations. These are just tips for the audience. I do hold a Series 7 and a 66 license, so these recommendations can be held against me. So at this particular point, save, create a budget. Even if you have to go on Excel and do your debits and credits on your own, if you don't want to pay for a software or program, create a budget, stay within that budget, save at least 20% of your income, 10 to 20% of your income. There are investment vehicles like Roth IRAs and insurance products that you can put your money in that will help you compound those dollars year over year. And if you start at a young age, by the time you're 65 years old and ready to retire, you should have a significant nest egg if you've done it consistently. And those dollars should be tax-free, so always look for tax-free vehicles to invest in. Always seek professional advice from a CFP or CPA or estate planning attorney when it comes to your overall financial planning aspects. And, before you make any big decisions, look at the pros and cons to any of those decisions and seek some advice to make sure that you're doing the best for yourself moving forward.
100%. I remember my son came home and he had signed his contract to buy a car. And I'm asking him, well, what are the interest rates? And he's telling me it's some ridiculously high interest rate. It's do you understand what that means? You understand how much money, even though they give you a face value, what you're actually paying over time is much more. So that's not really a good decision if you had talked to me first. But as you said, you're gonna learn today.
You're gonna learn today, right? So we as parents in our generation, we don't want our kids to learn heuristic because we've learned we have to go through the fire. So our job is to teach our kids so they can be efficient in that area. I'm starting early with my 9-year-old son. I'm making him speak in front of me in terms of finances and budgeting and having conversations about that out loud in front of not only me, but an audience of individuals. So he feels comfortable speaking like you are, Grant, public speaker, and, feel really comfortable around savings and budgeting at this point.
Oh, I love it. Because if you teach them like it's a game, because it truly is really a game, you just have to understand the rules. And the kids are into gamification. They understand, accumulating things and then what the value of those things are and then how to use leverage one way or another. If we teach them the game, they could probably play it very, very, very well. But just like anything else, if I don't teach you the rules and I expect you to go out there and play, it's not going to be pretty. And I think that's kind of how it's been for a lot of different people, but we can't use the past as an excuse for the present. If you get this information, you've got to take it upon yourself to understand it. There's one thing we talked about or haven't talked about is this artificial intelligence and AI in the field of financial planning. What does that both mean for advisors and clients when this kind of information is on steroids and it's out there, good, bad, or indifferent? What's your take on it?
Well, AI is definitely changing the game. Right in front of our eyes. It's a game changer altogether for both advisors and clients. AI is transforming the way I analyze data, make predictions, and manage portfolios. There are some key points that it helps me with: the data analysis. I can go to AI and get algorithms that can process information quickly for my clients and be more involved and in depth than ever before. AI can go through a risk assessment more efficiently than them answering the question themselves. So it's more resilient in diversifying portfolios and aligning my client's risk. So just the automation alone in AI is robust. It's routine tasks such as portfolio rebalancing and tax optimization. It reduces a lot of administrative burdens for me. Lower cost to my client, right? So if it's lower cost to me, guess what happens to my clients? It results in lower cost to my clients because I do cost to work with, especially as a CFP. So, it's just the algorithms. I'm able to use AI specifically for portfolio generation and ideas around tax planning that are more robust than what I've learned in the CFP. I can apply all my learnings as a CFP professional and input information into the AI that is mind-blowing, right? So with AI, it's what you put in, it's what you get out. And if you don't know what to ask AI or how to use AI efficiently, it's not a powerful tool. But in the instances where you do, it could be a game changer, especially for me. I use tools called I Identify, and it's simply put, I identify my clients, their network, their net worth, and everyone around them. It gives me the opportunity to see who exactly I'm working with and who to concentrate on. It's a game changer.
I like that. I want our audience to understand how to use the tool. You've got to understand that. You've been doing it at a very, very high level, and it helps your clients in the long run to be more successful.
Right.
One of the things I've been impressed with what you do that's different from other financial planners. I mean, there's a lot of it's a saturated field in certain aspects, but then as you just talked about, there's only 92,000 CFPs just total. Not even talking about 2,000 or so that are African American in your respects. But you understand, because this happens. Somebody comes into an inheritance. They don't understand. They get into a tax structure because all of a sudden they've got more real estate than they realize, and they don't understand the implications of all of those things. It sounds great up front, but then if you don't understand again how to play the game, what does all this mean really from the financial lens, gives lead to your expertise and credibility.
Right. So an example that you used, someone getting, an inheritance and tremendous amount of wealth right in the beginning. It's a game-changing process. But however, if not done correctly, it could be a nightmare. Unfortunately, I've seen people inherit millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and not seek the right advice. And within 2 or 3 years, all the money's gone. When you have a tremendous head start to do many, many different aspects, and just because you may or may not have known who to contact to get the best advice, you just kind of rely on a neighbor, a friend, the water cooler, Google, or whatever it may be to kind of guide you through. It doesn't cost a lot to have a certified financial planner. It costs a lot not to get the advice, but it could save you hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of dollars of mistakes later on. In the industry that we are in, I've seen millions just go, and I don't even know how to spend that much money that quickly. But, if you don't have a strong foundation or a base of how money works, it can go out your hands pretty quickly.
I understand that. There's no doubt about it. You've got to seek out professionals when you need professionals because they understand it, and you have to have that trust component because you can't just trust anybody. You talked about fee compression. When I'm about fee compression, I don't even understand that term. Talk to us about the real concerns in the financial planning world. What is that? What is fee compression?
Fee compression is simply this. You can watch television, see all the commercials, and you'll see robo advisors, or you'll see robo firms, not real people, providing financial advice, telling you that you can do it for no cost or no fees at all. So this is my biggest competition. I provide advice outside of investments and retirement planning. I provide holistic, comprehensive advice on every aspect of someone's financial life, taxes and estate planning. And fee compression is a real concern in our industry. It's important for us planners to effectively convey the value that we provide to our clients, right? So it's a value game. So I can tell you that I am worth the fee, but I have to show you why, in X's and O's right in front on the chalkboard, because I have to demonstrate my expertise. And one of the things that having a CFP designation allows me to do is to go in at a high level, with anyone, CPA, estate planning attorney, asset protection. I can go in at a high level and demonstrate my expertise and provide personalized advice to lead to higher returns and a lot of risk mitigation. So that's very important to understand, because if someone tells me to do my job for free because they saw a commercial on television, I wouldn't find that fair, but they're obviously out there, but it's not the same service.
That's what we need to understand. I personally don't believe that anytime getting something for nothing is not a good strategy for my lens. If I'm going to invest time and understanding what's going on, I expect it to be an exchange, because if I'm getting it free, that means it's worthless. That's what it means to me. Oh, it's worth nothing, so it's free. If it's worth something, there should be a value attached to that. And then what you're saying, I think I heard what you were saying earlier, like, you listen to some of these commercials, but there is a fee. You just haven't got to the point where you understand what it is. By the time you find that out, you might find that you're paying a much higher fee than you normally would, because
in most cases that happens. In most cases, right? There's some hidden fees and someone has to get paid somewhere. But for disclosures purposes, they can say there's no management fees and they don't charge any management fees. But then there's some sub-account fee somewhere that was buried in the paperwork somehow. So they're going to get paid somehow, some way. No one does anything for free. They may not charge the same upfront fee that I may charge, or a financial planning fee that I may charge, but you're going to pay for it regardless, one way or the other.
Yeah, understand. And that's for me, and the answer, or help answer this question, like the biggest challenge, that's one challenge that you have. And I believe it's what it is. It's that credibility and trust factor and misinformation in your industry. And it seems like, well, anybody can go and sell insurance. Here's some information. All of a sudden, you got to pop up, you're selling insurance. Or I remember when this was really big, it's probably still big now. We have these apps that you can place stock bets and things of that nature. And then people do it for a little while, and all of a sudden they realize it's not what you thought it was.
Right.
And there's all these different misconceptions, things in the industry, that when you are legitimate certified financial planner, and I don't know if that's certain levels of probably financial literacy competence. So as you go higher up, you're dealing with people they have assets all the time, and then they understand the difference. Talk to us about that a little bit.
Sure. So, with the social media era, it's changed. You can go on to social media and say that you're a financial advisor, certified financial planner, you can do whatever you want. There's no regulation on those individuals, and they seem to be giving advice. They're charging for information and have some disclosures, right? So it seems to work. But however, me being licensed in several different areas and having designations in different areas, I have oversight. I have the FINRA financial and FINRA's oversight. I have the SEC oversight. I have a compliance department that's oversight. I have the CFP board oversight. So anything that I do is highly scrutinized, and they're always asking questions about why, when, is it suitable, best interest? Was this in the best interest of your client? So I continuously have to go through those type of compliance and regulatory aspects for every little thing that I do, down to my emails. So, it is important aspect, because if I provide you information that is not suitable to you, I am responsible at the end of the day. However, someone else who provides you information and you lose all your money, there's no recourse at that point, simply because there's no due diligence at that point on your end, and you're taking someone's word for it without doing your due diligence. And whereas me, I have to do all the due diligence, dot my I's and cross my T's, and make sure that it is in the best interest of my client. It's the oath that I've taken as a certified financial planner.
Man, I'm so glad you demystified that. It's so important to understand who you're dealing with. And again, I caution everybody in the audience there. When something is, they say something for nothing, question that. You've got to question that, and then understand the difference between what a professional is doing, and there's a reason why they're doing it. And you've answered that why. So thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you, Grant, again for having me. Again, a little bit under the weather, and I have to do this for Grant because he is an amazing, amazing individual.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, guys. Stan, before we let you go, where can people find you or information about how to contact you and your financial planning business?
Sure. I have a website called apw-advisors.com. It's my website for financial planning. I have the general lines commercial advice platform as well. It's called achieversprotectionadvisors.com. You can get information there. I am on social media at _Stan Finance _ You can reach me on my IG and on LinkedIn, where I get all of my traffic, and it's my namesake, Stan LeConte, on LinkedIn. That's where we can conduct a lot of business. And of course, my email, sleconte@iaac.com. And I'm here for people in my community.
Amazing. Grant, I know you have a commercial, but where can people find you?
You can find me at 5-Star BDM. That's number 5-Star, B for brand, D for development, informasters.com. You're going to see Stan talk to me on the Follow Brand. He was on my show about a year or so ago talking about financial literacy. Check it out for yourself.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, you guys. Genius is common, and I'll see you both on the other side.
Thank you.
Bye. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's floating on the bottom of the screen, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for December of 2023: NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shania Global, the Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
You need to be messaging and communicating to a lot more folks and getting them committed to you as a brand and feeling that you are trustworthy, as a subject matter expert, and for their needs and their pain points. That says, look, here are my pain points. Here's the problem that I have that I don't want, or the benefit that I want that I don't have. And Grant and Sydney understand that and are giving me information to be able to assist, in my eliminating those pain points.
You're going to get a lot out of this workshop. We're going to show you ways that you can begin to look at this particular problem, that you can apply different formulas, techniques, and skills. They're going to get you to that next level. And then you'll understand the value that we're bringing.
I'm not churchy, but I feel the need just to say that I hope you get all the resources that you need, because they need us. Our communities need us more than we can ever imagine, and I would hate for that to be a barrier for anybody in here not to be able to.
On May 14, 2022, a combination of 40-plus leaders, community stakeholders, volunteers, mentors, and champions convened for a pilot of a unique and special conference. They call themselves the Cone Coalition of Like-Minded People. Like-minded towards liberation, fairness, and the idea that everyone in Rockingham County should thrive regardless of who they are or where they live. This 4-hour event was held on the campus of Rockingham Community College in Rockingham County, North Carolina, as a part of a design thinking project in partnership with Cone Health, MDC Rule 4. Several leaders convened from Rockingham County's nonprofit NC100. They came together to address some shared challenges and problems together while sending an authentic community voice, thanks in part to the grant funding from Kate B. Reynolds Charitable Trust, engaging in inspiration, imagination, and prototyping to bring this pilot to reality. The Piedmont Triangle Regional Council shared several job opportunities for the crowd to explore and share. Black-owned businesses were prioritized in hiring and supporting the collection of champions, to the food and snacks, to the folks trusting and documenting this event, to the child care provided by Headway Success Group.
Forensics lab. So today is all about healthy mind, healthy body. And so we have the forensics lab set up, and so we'll have our display of our volunteers. So what they'll do, they'll get a chance to label the plan. And of course, we have to have old school operation because it's just fun.
Local facilitators led the county members through an in-depth work session about the importance of mentor and active volunteering.
What's called Excelling. It's a non-profit organization, and it helps.
Rockingham Community Champions of Faith and Public Service grace our community members with shared learnings on this amazing Saturday in the Wentworth. Crystal Galloway served as a brilliant and engaging mistress in ceremony. Reesville Parks and Rec Superintendent Quentin Robinson delivered a starring keynote address. And Tango Moore of the Reesville Area Foundation was honored, along with a side of honorees on our first Portia M. Paris Cone Coalition Champion Award winner, given in honor of her memory and legacy as a tireless advocate and torchbearer for the marginalized or underserved. Help us reach our goal to learn more about building and strengthening the relationships of those who support mentors, volunteers, and young people, especially in the ages of 12 to 22, building the community capacity to support those in need of training, resources, and storytelling, finding ways to create and maintain a healthier Rockingham County and beyond. Want to know more about the Cone Coalition? Contact NC100 via Facebook at NC100 or www.nc-100.org.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow professionals, please allow me to introduce myself. I am David Jones, the co-founder and CEO of the Hello LLC, where I am passionately dedicated to guiding individuals and businesses toward their own return on time investment. Time is my only competition. With over 20 years of experience as a corporate C-level executive, I bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the Hello LLC. My career journey has been marked by a relentless pursuit of excellence in marketing, strategy, and business management leadership. I have had the privilege of working with renowned Fortune 500 companies such as Xerox, American Airlines, Hilton, and Geico. However, what truly drives me is the transformational work we do at the Hello LLC. We are pioneering a new approach to business in the metaverse, where we empower businesses and individuals to build strong foundations, automate their processes and systems, while thriving in the ever-evolving digital landscape. More than just a 3D digital marketing agency, the Hello LLC is truly a community built on love, kindness, and integrity. We want more for you than from you. As I often say, collaboration is the new competition. In an era where time is the most precious commodity, I am here to guide you toward your own return on time investment, because if time was sold in stores, it would be sold out. With a deep commitment to excellence and a strong belief in the power of community, I don't just lead a company, I lead a movement into the future of business. Ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a pleasure to be your guide on this remarkable journey. I am David Jones, and together, we will embrace a future marked by success, collaboration, and the transformative work we do at the Hello LLC. Hello stands for helping everyone live life optimally. So, let's make that pivot together and start living life optimally today.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Marak Hicks, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. I am joining you from Philadelphia this evening. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next and final speaker for this evening is Eartha Watts Hicks. Eartha Watts Hicks is the founder of Eartha Tone Publishing and Eartha Tone Books. She is a New York FA, New York Foundation of the Arts artist and entrepreneur, as well as a fiction fellow of the Hurston Wright Foundation, Center of Black Literature, and a North Country Institute and Retreat for Writers of Color. In June of 2013, she received the Just Read Game Changer Award in the fiction category from the NYCHA, New York City Housing Authority, branch of the NAACP for her debut novel, Love Changes. And she was named New York City Literacy Ambassador. In 2014, she was featured in the Congressional Black Caucus as a part of the Write It Down panel discussion. A PR writer and affiliate of blackpr.com, she specializes in press releases for entrepreneurs, ministries, and nonprofits. She also leads writing, self-publishing, and publicity workshops for the New York Public Library, the National Writers Union, and the New York City Parks Department. Eartha has recently published a collection of poetry and short stories entitled Graffiti Mural, and she is now the creator of A Planner is a Girl's Best Friend series of planners, calendars, and journals she calls hashtag A Planner is a Girl's Best Friend. For more information about Eartha, visit earthatone.com or connect with her at earthatone on all social media platforms. I am excited to present to you Eartha Watts Hicks. Hello, hello.
Hello.
How
Hello,
are
Maria.
you?
I'm good. I'm good.
That's good. Thank you so much for coming this evening.
Oh, thank you for the invitation. Thank you so
Awesome.
much.
Amazing, amazing. Okay, so tell us a little bit about Earth the Tone Books and Earth the Tone Publishing.
Okay, so Earth the Tone Books is a small independent press, and the debut novel was Love Changes. So Earth the Tone Books came out of the need to publish Love Changes. Love Changes was a novel that I had written and developed over 10 years. And at the time, I had an agent, and the journey to getting from an agent to getting picked up by a mainstream publisher was unusually long for me. And it came on the back of me having experience as director of publication for a non-for-profit, Cultivating Our Sisterhood International Association. So after about maybe 2.5 years of having a publisher, having an agent, but not being picked up by a mainstream publisher, I decided to take the process on myself with the help of an organization called Project Enterprise, and I launched Earth the Tone Books and Earth the Tone Enterprises.
Awesome. Okay, so you have this planner series now. Tell us a little bit about what is a planner is a girl's best friend.
Planner is a Girl's Best Friend is a productivity planner in the sense that it's a planner, calendar, date book, journal. It's a catch-all for your goals, for planning your week, your day, your appointments, your schedule. You record your password log. There's a note section, and for the kids, I have the Everyday Excellence Student Planner, which infuses the typical planner calendar with that of a resource journal and activity sheets that teach cursive writing, how to tell time on an analog clock, and puzzles and games that encourage girl empowerment and self-love.
Amazing. That sounds incredible already. Let's talk a little bit about the kids planners for a second, because we're going into the beginning of the new year. So what kind of sets them apart from, let's say, the planners that they get in their book bag when they start school?
Well, it's a little more engaging, and in addition to it being more engaging, it's Black girl inspired. So they get to, it's branded around a natural hair model, Soleil West, who at the time was 10 years old, and being a natural hair model on the cover, it allows little Black girls to see themselves when they open their planner and see themselves in the capacity of embracing their studies. In addition to that, I give them a little brief history about the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and why it's important to know how to sign your signature. And it encourages them to have a love for numbers, that math is not just something for boys, it's something for girls too. And, just the little pockets of information where there are cursive writing instruction sheets, but in those cursive writing instruction sheets, I give them a brief synopsis of some Black history, and there's cultural representation with these planners, in addition to a section on bullying and what to do in a situation if you are bullied. And it's a catch-all, but it's also a resource planner, and some of those aspects of what's been taken out of the school system, I've added back and exposed students to those aspects within the context of the planner.
Awesome. So thank you for sharing that. Let's talk a little bit about the adult versions of the planner, because I know it's the end of the year. Productivity is really important. We're going to get a whole bunch of new year, new me's. So talk to us a little bit about what sets apart the adult planner series and what goes within that series. How many books do you have or planners do you have in the series?
Okay. Well, the planner is a girl's best friend, which is the original, is it's a month at a glance, so you get to see your month, and then there is an expense log that runs alongside of the month. So I say you plan your month and your money at the same time, and in addition to being able to plan your month from month to month, you also get to plan 52 weeks. So normally typical planners only give you the option of either a month or a week. I give you both. In addition to that, I give you notes pages. I give you inspired quotes. Most of them are positive quotes from myself being a writer. And it's representation for African American women who have gone through decades and decades of buying planners and calendars and not seeing themselves either on the cover of the planner or in the calendar at all. And it's what I say, Black girl inspired in how it's designed and the quotes that are used and the language that we use and the images that appeal to us and the color scheme. So it's all about positivity, self-love, and representation, and allowing us to see ourselves succeed and plan our lives accordingly.
That sounds amazing. What gave you the inspiration to create these planners?
I had been a planner girl since I was in college. At the time, I was going to school full-time and working full-time. And then I was also elected student government vice president, which I didn't know how I was going to do within the scope of a 24-hour day. And during that time, I had purchased an American Express planner, which ran me about $88
Okay.
So it was an expensive planner. And it was leather bound and had all the bells and whistles, so I had this planner, and I found that I had to be exact to catching the bus and being in class and making my meetings and doing my assignments. And the planner allowed me to find the pockets of time to do all of that, get my assignments done and stay on top of my grades. And from there, I made sure I had a planner every single year because I had a tendency to overbook my schedule. So in order for me to get everything done, I had to write everything down and plan everything accordingly to meet all my deadlines and fulfill all my requirements for every class and everything that I was taking.
Right.
So, fast forward past college, I had a planner every year that was somewhat similar. And I found that if I did not find a planner that was that same design, my whole year was thrown off. It was like I would forget appointments and things I just had a hard time keeping up with different obligations if I didn't have a planner. And if the planner design wasn't similar, I wouldn't use it.
Got it.
So if I had a different planner, if it wasn't the right format, I just wouldn't use it, or I'd forget to use it, or, I just wouldn't feel comfortable using it, or I think, oh, I'll just remember, and I wouldn't remember. So this series is for those women who love paper, who love writing things down on paper, who love writing their notes and their to-do list and their goals down on paper, who need the same planner every single year or some variation of that same planner with a different design, but the same design or same format, so to speak. So it's for those women who need to carry their information with them. It's for people who, if their phone dies, they don't remember phone numbers. It's for everything that's important down to a birthday if you have trouble remembering birthdays. So I'm one of those people that in order for me to remember a birthday or a phone number or an important number or password sometimes, because the passwords get tricky after a while once you start adding different passwords and different websites, and you have to add symbols and letters and letter number combinations. All of that gets tricky. So it's a catch-all for all of that pertinent information that we think we'll remember, but we don't always remember.
No, that makes a ton of sense. So what or how many offerings of planners do you have for adults, and what makes them different from each other?
Okay, I have the master plan planner, which I created for the men. The master plan planner has a diagram of a check, how to write a check, how to endorse a check. And the diagram of a check came from the Everyday Excellence Student Planner, which I had designed for the 10 to 13-year-olds. And when I had shown a copy of it to a friend of mine, he had mentioned that he had no clue how to write a check until his wife taught him. So with that understanding that, oh, wow, not every adult knows how to write a check, how to endorse a check, or what the different components of a check actually mean, I was thinking to be proactive to teach that to the 8 to 10-year-olds. But hey, there are some adults that don't know that information.
Yep.
So once he brought that to my attention, I included that into the design of the master plan planners. And then I also gave the master plan planners budget sheets. So as I hear from different people in the community what they need and the reasons why they need this information, I include it in the next iteration of the planner.
Got it. So you have the thinking of a master plan. You
Yes.
have a planner as a girl's best friend. Anything else new coming down the pipeline?
Yes. I have the travel planner.
Okay.
Right. I call it Vacation Planning 101, which is a travel planner with all of the different aspects for planning your vacation and travel, lodging, accommodations, and planning your airfare and packing. And then with what happened with the reversal of Roe versus Wade, I have a monthly menstrual cycle tracker for women that I'm including in that as well. And then I'm also developing for the boys, we have the Everyday Excellence Student Planner for girls, and then I have the Academic Success Planner coming for boys in 2024. And then I also will have Striving in the Meantime, which is the high school version for boys and girls, coming forward also.
Awesome. Okay, let's shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about journaling and why you find or what made you decide to create a journal.
Well, I have been journaling since the age of 11. So I've taken a journal writing class since the age of 11. And also, too, I'm also an artist way artist, which is it's a practice, sort of like a meditation practice for writers that encourages us to do certain activities to bring out our best writing and our best artistic efforts forward. So part of that included morning pages, which was to journal every morning to get those ideas off your head to free you up for creatively whatever it is you want to do. Now, with journaling, journaling can be anything. And I find that there are certain things and certain information that we get during the day that we need to jot down. And it could be anything from a phone call from a friend for an appointment that we need to meet somewhere else and we just need something real quick to write, or we need to write down an experience that's bothering us, something cathartic. A journal is like whatever we need to get out of our head to move on to the next thing. It catches those thoughts, and then it also records those thoughts that we want to save and revisit later to just sort of keep ourselves going. And journaling shows us who we are at a place in a moment in time, as in what were our feelings on such and such day,
Right.
and why were we feeling that way, and it shows our growth. So I personally love journaling because sometimes we don't even remember half the stuff we experience,
Yeah.
but for journaling. So I've been journaling for technically since I was 11 years old, off and on, but more consistently over the past 20 years. And it's a way to, one, show how you process information. It allows you to see your growth and helps you not to repeat the same patterns.
I understand. I actually have a copy of your journal right here. So I'm excited about it. And I really do like it. And I like it a lot, actually. And I also appreciate that on the back of the journal, you also have the budget allocation pages so I can keep track of where my spend is going. Also, wanted to talk a little bit about plans for the future. So you have the journal series, you have the planner series, you have a couple of other planners coming out next year. Are you thinking about going digital? Are you going to create additional things to go with your planners? What are some additional things you're looking to add to this planner series?
Well, I'm looking to one, add some business profit and loss statements or
financial sheets,
financial pages. Yes. Projected cash flow statements. So it's actually a business planner that I'm looking to develop that's in line with the master plan planner, but to give us a focus on how to keep track of our clients, our numbers, our business expenses. And then I'm also working on a productivity planner, which is about how to get those tasks done. And the productivity planner is all about just keeping track of everything, the different lists that we have, from our bucket list to our regular to-do list to our wish list, and breaking the projects down into goals and SMART goals. So I'm on the end of the paper end of it and the design of the paper. At some point in the near future, I will be looking to develop an app.
Okay.
So there's conversation on developing an app, and I'm working with someone who is looking to do digital pages.
Okay.
But on my end, I am the design of the paper because I'm a paper person.
Got it.
But, yeah.
So before we kind of shift gears a bit, tell people where they can find information about your planners, where they can purchase them online.
Okay, my planners are available on the website, which is www.aplannerisagirlsbestfriend.com. You can connect with me across social media at Eartha Tone, and that's EARTHATONE, and that's on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, TikTok, all across social media.
Gotcha. Okay, now shifting gears away from planners and journaling, you have wrote some books. You have a short story collection of short stories and poetry. You wrote a novel. Tell us about some of the stuff that you've created.
Okay, well, my debut novel, Love Changes, is the story of a 26-year-old who wants to marry her high school sweetheart, and she has a male best friend that upsets the dynamic. Now, the novel itself was set in 1995, and it features 90s music used with permission from 18 music publishers. So I had to reach out by contract and get licensing and permission from each of the music publishers in order to quote the song lyrics.
Got it. What was the inspiration behind the novel?
Well, the inspiration behind Love Changes, there were several, honestly. There was my favorite song, which was Same Place, Same Time by Crystal. Which is the story by a song. It's the story of a woman who is in love with two people. And I just always imagine that just to be horrible. To be sincerely, deeply in love with two people seemed like the worst thing in the world to me at the time. And then also too, it was I wanted the Black girl from the projects to have her own love story and to star in her own love story, because for one, when I was coming up, we didn't see a lot of stories written around young Black women our age, contemporary. If we wanted something in fiction, we were reading about someone in the 40s or someone in the 1800s. And those were the type of experiences that I didn't want to revisit, not in the book. I wanted to read something that I could enjoy. And in fiction and a novel, that's what I was looking for. So I wrote the novel that I wanted to see growing up, so to speak.
Got it. Tell us a little bit about your collection of short stories.
Okay, my collection of short stories is called Graffiti Mural, and it's a collection of poetry, short stories, and personal essays. And some of the poetry I performed throughout the city as a spoken word artist. And the personal essays are little tidbits of things that have happened to me. Like one of them is called Witness, and that is the story of me on my way to visit a friend on the Long Island Railroad. And I was the only one to notice that a lady was having a seizure. So it was me in that moment trying to get her some medical attention when I was the only one that noticed what was wrong. So I had written about that, and that's one that I read in public that tends to get people's attention. I'll say it that way.
Got it.
But yeah.
Okay. What sort of inspired you to become a writer, and what steps did you take to, one, start writing, and then two, to develop your publishing business?
Okay. I was an accounting major, actually. I was an accounting major, and I remember at the time just having and sharing ideas with a friend saying, I really wish someone would, because I loved books, always loved books. So I remember thinking, well, I really wish someone would write a book and there would be a music soundtrack to the book. So me having that idea, it was just a thought. And I wasn't a songwriter, I wasn't a musician, and I wasn't even a writer at the time. So fast forward, years later, I started writing a novel in the mid-90s, and a virus had gotten to it. So I swore, I'm never going to write again. And that lasted about maybe another 5 years. And I had picked up writing Love Changes with the expectation. I picked it up in 2001 with the expectation of finishing the novel in 3 months. And I didn't finish in 3 months. After about maybe 3 years, I had accumulated 400 pages, like 381 pages after 3 years. And I felt like a failure because I didn't finish this novel. It was supposed to be finished in 3 months. And I had 381 pages of just story, just all over the place. So I had read a few pages to a friend of mine who was a neighbor, and she goes, wow, I didn't even realize that she herself was an author. So she said, oh, wow, this really shows some promise. What you need to do is go to the Frederick Douglass Creative Arts Center. So I had gone to the Frederick Douglass Creative Arts Center, and I went to register for a workshop in the summer. And that's when I learned that the lady who was giving the workshop was Valerie Wilson Wesley, who happened to be my favorite author at the time. Mm-hmm. So I registered for her workshop right away. And when I took her workshop, she let me know that, one, how to format chapters, because I had no clue how to format chapters.
Got it.
And she, she explained that the novel showed promise, and she pointed out all the details of what was right and what was wrong about the writing that I had. And that was the encouragement that I needed to keep forward. And over the next several years, maybe 3 years, I had taken workshops in the summertime, because I had small children at the time. So I took workshops in the summertime to develop this novel. And by, I think it was the next year, they had sent me and recommended me to the advanced fiction workshop at the Hurston Wright Foundation Writers Week, which was in Washington, D.C. And I was awarded a scholarship, and I was there where I studied under Chris Abani, who was a PEN Award-winning author.
Very cool. And then at what point did you decide, you know what, I think I want to not just publish my own works, but wanted to publish other people's works too?
Let's see. Well, that was Miriam Kelly Ferguson. Miriam Kelly Ferguson was a dear friend of mine, and we'd met in a creative writing workshop from City College.
Yeah.
And Miriam was I would say the first writer that I had come across whose writing excited me as much as my own writing did. You know, that wasn't published, so to speak.
Mhm.
You know, so I was so fascinated because she was brilliant talent by her story Weaver, that when Miriam asked me to edit her work, I was like, sure, fine. And after she saw how I published Love Changes, she asked me to publish Weaver.
Got it.
So exactly what I did for Love Changes is what exactly I did for Weaver. And in 2014, we were both presenters at the Congressional Black Caucus, me for Love Changes and Miriam for Weaver. And it's like once you go through the whole process of editing and revising and the typesetting and the layout and design and cover design, and then going to Bowker.com and getting your ISBN and then uploading your files to the right specifications. Once you go through the whole process and you're familiar with the process, it's like you could just do it over and over. You're familiar.
Right.
You know, just getting everything perfect. Like for me, it's I want my work to be bookstore quality, or indistinguishable from anything you would see in a bookstore, because there was a stigma attached to self-published work when I was, coming through the ranks as a writer. So for me, the quality of the book, was paramount. It had to be, bookstore quality, as in if this book is on the shelf at Barnes and Noble or any other major bookstore, would this book look like every other book on the shelf? And, or would it stand out?
Right.
Stand out as, better, if that's possible, because really it's a spine side by side is what you're seeing, or if you see the front or whatever, but, definitely not any flaws in the book that, that detract. So once I understood how to do that, when people reached out to me for assistance, I would take on their projects, especially if they told me that they had paid somebody else to do it and the person didn't do it.
Got it.
I had one of the first people was Skylar Creary's mom, who she had paid someone else a whole heap of money to publish her daughter's book. Her daughter was 12 years old.
Oh.
And after paying all of this money, there was no book. So they reached out to me via a recommendation from a friend. And I made sure the young lady had a book in less than 6 months.
Nice.
And
then that was my next question. What other works have you published? So you've published the planners, you've published the journals, you've self-published Love Changes and Graffiti Mural and Weaver. What else is on the docket? What other books have you published?
Oh, okay. Okay, I've been published as a contributor in like 4 anthologies, maybe 5.
Okay.
So there was the Writer's Guide to 2013, where I was featured for writing advice. Then there was Understanding Black Men by Christopher Black,
Okay.
Mel and Christopher Black. Then there was Nobody Goes Out Anymore, edited by D.L. Russell.
Okay.
And then there was A Tribute to Our Fathers by Olivia Whiteman,
Okay.
which was a Father's Day book. And there may be, The Wealth, Living a Wealthy Life, which I was featured in for a story based on my experience with uveitis, which is a short story. The uveitis experience, which was the story featured in Living a Wealthy Life, was also published in Graffiti Mural. And that was a personal account of what I had experienced a number of years ago.
Got it. So I'm going to ask the question that everyone wants to know. You wrote Love Changes. Is it a standalone novel? Will you be writing a sequel? What's going on with that?
Okay. Love Changes is a standalone novel, and there is another standalone novel that is a companion to Love Changes called Chocolate Love that I'm currently in the process of developing.
Okay. Alrighty. And where can people find a copy of your book or any of the other books that you've published? Where can people actively purchase those?
Okay. All of my books are available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com. Now, I have a short hyperlink, www.tinyurl.com/Love Changes Novel. That'll take you right to the Amazon purchase page. And then I also have www.tinyurl.com/Graffiti Mural Book. Or to make it real simple, because with the analytics of Amazon, it makes it very hard to go into the search engine on Amazon, enter my name, and come up with me. You put Eartha Watts Hicks in the Amazon search engine, you might get Eartha Kitt, and every other Earth, Wind, and Fire. You might get anything else but Eartha Watts Hicks. But if you Google Eartha Watts Hicks in quotations and books, you get a nice little round selection, and you can just purchase either from Amazon or from Barnes and Noble. My planners are available on the Planner is a Girl's Best Friend website, and there's a whole variety there, from the Everyday Excellent Student Planner, Thinking of a Master Plan, and A Planner is a Girl's Best Friend, which is also available in hardcover. And in the hardcover rendition of the planner, I personalize the first page for whoever you intend it for, be it yourself, or if it's intended as a gift to a friend, you can have a personalized line art image of the person you're gifting it to.
Got it. We're coming up on time soon, but I did want to touch on one more part of the work that you're doing. You mentioned that you also are a press release writer in association with blackpr.com. Tell us a little bit about that. What sorts of press releases do you write? How can people find you?
Yes, I'm a PR writer and affiliate for blackpr.com, and I'm indicated on their referral list for PR writers. So if a person needs a press release for a business product or service that they're looking to get publicity for, I can draft a press release, and it could be a document from anywhere between 400 words to 1,000 words. And I give it the life and breadth and space that it needs to tell a compelling story and to present as much information as possible, so that once the journalist or reporter receives that press release, all the information, or as much as they need, is already presented, compiled in a comprehensive document for them, including your social media handles. And I've done press releases for Chef Big Shake from Shark Tank, to nuclear economics, to Evelyn the Advocate, who is a domestic violence advocate, to Miss Rosa Higgs, who is of Read in 40. She is the first Black woman to produce her own phonics workbook series. I've done Brother Goldie, a gospel artist. So I've done everything from artists to entrepreneurs to conferences to Lisa Home Mortgage, who is a mortgage broker. And it's me taking the writing skills and the passion for writing to tell stories about Black-owned businesses in a way that showcases their expertise and their genius.
Awesome. Okay, so we've covered this a couple times, but I wanted to give you one last chance. Run us through where people can find you, find your books, find how to get a press release from you right now as we're wrapping up our conversation.
Okay, so I'm available all across social media at Eartha Tone. That's EARTHATONE, and that's on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, all across social media. For press releases, you can connect with me through blackpr.com, or you can email me directly at earthatone@gmail.com. My books are available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com. And you can connect with me on social media.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time out to chat this evening, Eartha. Really, really appreciate it. I'm really excited about some of the work that you have coming out. I'm also waiting for your travel planner, so we'll talk about that offline. But in the meantime, thank you so much for joining us. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen, floating at the bottom, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students who are interested can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for December of 2023. Those are NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, 5-Star BDM Media, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Marjorie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malane Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919